1.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone out to the Northeast Regional Advisory Council meeting for May 2022. I'm Brett Prevedel. I'm the current chair of this board, and I'll take a moment and let them introduce themselves. Starting down at the end, Richie. And who you represent, please.
Richie Anderson, Agriculture.
Daniel Davis, Sportsman.
Natasha Haddon, U.S. Forest Service.
I represent the public at large.
Joe Arnold, public at large as well. I'm Joe Arnold. I represent the public.
I'm Rebecca Jones, and I represent non-consumptive wildlife users.
Tim McNascio, Ute Indian Tribe.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the Division Wildlife personnel that are here and appreciate their attendance. And Randy Dirth from the Wildlife Board I saw him somewhere. He's here. Thank you, Randy. Miles Hanberg is a regional director for the DWR, and he's up here on the table with us. Do you want to start up anything, Miles? Okay, maybe just a little housekeeping before we start. If you want to comment, fill out a card and put it up here, and we'll call your name in random order when your topic comes up. The way we will proceed is you will hear presentations, and then we will have the opportunity to ask questions to clarify anything we've heard, as will you. But the first round where you're asking questions, we just want it to be questions to make sure you understand what was presented. Then we will go into discussion, and there will be comments by the RAC members, and that's when you will be able to make your comments also. With the large group, we'd like to hold the comments to 3 minutes each, if possible. And I'll just kind of tell you when 2 minutes is up, and we'll kind of let you get your point in. But we don't want to be all night. I would ask if your point has been made several times ahead of you, you're welcome to stand up and say, I agree. Please count my vote that direction, or whatever you want to say. Keep in mind that this is a volunteer group, and the interaction needs to be civil, both directions, from you to the group. The division is operating, especially on the topic that most of you are here tonight, they're operating under the direction of the Wildlife Board that directed them to review and make recommendations on this Landowner Association rule. So yes, they are making the recommendations, but the process started with the Wildlife Board. When we vote tonight, we are not making a decision. There's 5 regional advisory councils around the state, and they each vote on the topics. And then the Wildlife Board takes them votes into account, and they are the decision-making body. So whether we vote for or against in 2 weeks on June 2nd? It's a Thursday. First week of June on Thursday, we'll be at the Wildlife Board, and then they will make a decision on the topic. Fair enough? Anybody got any questions on the procedure?
I'll just add restrooms are around the corner, straight behind us. So if anybody needs to use those facilities, they're just have to go around either hall and you'll get there.
Okay, with that, we'll roll right into the agenda. I would look for a motion to approve tonight's agenda by a RAC member.
I make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that motion.
A motion, a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Have you had a chance to review the minutes that were emailed out? And if so, I would take any comments, or is there any suggested edits from last meeting's minutes? Okay, I would accept a motion to accept the last meeting's minutes.
I'll make a motion to accept the last meeting's minutes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you. I'll now take a moment on item 3 to review the Wildlife Board meeting of, I don't remember the date on that one either, Miles, but the last one. It was when we were dealing with the big game permits primarily from our April meeting. If you remember, we passed the recommendations of permits here at the RAC as presented. And then the Wildlife Board pretty much did the same. There was some discussion. The buck deer permits were passed as presented. And then there was some discussion on the elk, primarily centered around the beaver unit that has a high number of bulls to cow ratio. And they voted to increase the beaver unit to 65 tags. So that was a slight increase. And then the other discussion was regarding the Jack Creek Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep permit. There was a concern that the governor's tag usually goes there, and that there was a concern that there was too many tags. So this motion passed unanimously that they reduce the 9-mile Jack Creek Bighorn sheep permits from 3 to 2 and increase the North Slope, South Slope, High Uinta Central archery mountain goat from 1 permit to 2, so that there could be some opportunity for that to draw randomly. And that was about it. They renewed the agreement on Antelope Island with the state park to hunt bison for 5 years. There was an antlerless CWMU permit recommendations that were approved as presented. And then they approved the season dates as presented. So it was fairly quiet Wildlife Board meeting. Miles, would you like to take number 4 and provide us a regional update?
Sure. We'll go through the PowerPoint real quick. I'm going to keep this pretty brief tonight because we got a lot to talk about tonight, so I don't want to spend a ton of time, but we'll give a kind of a brief overview of a few of the major things happening in the region with some of our management section and our biology staff. So give that just a second to pull up. So I'm just going to kind of go by some of the major happenings in our sections. Go to the next one, law enforcement. Spring turkey and bear hunts are underway right now, and each year seems like we still have we do deal with a number of baiting cases, so our officers are working on some of those right now. We've had a couple bears and turkey cases that are ongoing, or some of those have been worked on quite a bit. In addition, we still deal with raccoons, domesticated raccoons. People have those sometimes with the permit, sometimes with not, but there's some concerns. The division doesn't regulate those, but the Department of Ag does. But we end up filling a lot of those questions and those issues. Snapping turtles lately, it seems like a number of snapping turtles have been showing up around that people find and are looking what to do. So again, these are all non-native animals that we end up sometimes dealing with. Right now, there is a recruitment out for law enforcement officers. I think we're looking to hire another 5 or 6 officers. So that's out right now. This is a statewide recruitment. So that's one of the major things that law enforcement will continue to work on. Anyhow, we'll go to the next slide. In our wildlife section, we just kind of wrapping up the sage grouse select counts. Good news is the numbers appear to be up this year. Sometimes sage grouse go through a little bit of a cycle, and it looks like we're maybe going up on the uptick of their cycle right now. So that's good news with sage grouse. And as soon as those numbers are tallied up, we'll know better. But it looks like numbers are going to be better this year. So that's good. Good news for us is elk are starting to move up the mountain on the south slope, and that means less depredation issues we deal with in some of the areas around Altamont, Tabiona, and different things like that. So we do deal with some issues, in lower elevation river bottoms, and we've done quite a bit of management with removals and such to try to deal with those issues this year. Some news we're excited about statewide is we're going to be moving some desert bighorn sheep from Nevada to the Skyrider Ranch over in Taviona in June. This is an old domestic elk facility. It's got big tall fences, and we're actually going to use it as a nursery herd for transplants throughout the state in the future for desert bighorns. That way, these are all be disease certified, disease-free, and it's getting harder and harder to find disease-free bighorn sheep herds throughout the West. So this will be a good way that we can ensure that we'll have a source herd to transplant from in the future. So that's a good partnership with that ranch, and yeah, we'll look forward to working on that coming up. Outreach, we've got the Josie shoot. That's a long-standing shoot that's been going on for a number of years. Many of you probably know about it. It's a women's only 22 rifle shoot. When the Jacksons, Carol and Carl passed away, that was something that folks came to us and we were interested in making sure that that legacy continued. And so that's coming up in June. I think Tanya has the date. I apologize, I don't have that tonight, but that'll be good. In addition, the fishing the fox contest is going to be happening again this year. I think the lakes have changed a little bit this year, but it'll be up at I think East Park and Moon Lake again. So there will be a couple of places to go this year. And then we have the Osprey Watch coming up here in June as well.
Is it now? Well, I don't know if you have it delay up.
Sorry, Miles, 1 second.
No problem. Yeah. Habitat crew, they're busy most all year. Next week we'll be flying 6 guzzlers in tanks into some remote areas. 3 of those are over on the Dollar Ridge fire scar up near Cow Hollow, and then 3 will be up a Dry Ridge area near Moon Lake. So that's all remote locations where they'll have to be delivered with a helicopter, and we'll be dropping off crews to build them that day as well. So that's exciting project that will be going on next week. Just got word today on our WRI projects and proposals with that partnership. I didn't have time to summarize the numbers, but a lot of projects were funded in the region to benefit wildlife, livestock, a number of water quality watersheds as well. So that's exciting. Our habitat folks will definitely be kicking off that implementation, starting July. We're also looking at some landscape level aspen treatments over in the Current Creek drainage using some new techniques. We're starting to do some planning on that to might involve things like cable felling and things in conifer. So it'll be kind of a new technique for us to use. So aquatics, really busy this time of year. We've got native aquatics folks that look at some of our native species. They've just discovered some new movements we didn't really know about of some of the native fish up the Will Creek drainage, including some of the sensitive and threatened and endangered species. So that's some interesting information. The Old Fort Ponds are community fisheries up in Mazer. Can do some resealing on the one pond. It's leaking pretty bad. We'll try to do some resealing on that, and we'll also be installing a water delivery line to make more efficient delivery of water to those. So they are really low right now, but we'll hopefully have those back up in line. The public has enjoyed those a lot the last few years. The fishing pier that's been at Flaming Gorge Dam, that's going to be moved over to Lucerne Marina. The high winds really wreak havoc on that and cause a lot of damage. And so Lucerne Marina, with the windbreaks and things they have there, will be a better location for that. And then this time of year, a lot of cutthroat spawning works going on. And starting in Lake Canyon in a couple of weeks, it'll move over to the Duchesne River drainage after that, and then eventually up to Sheep Creek Lake, I think if those fish are ready this year. So lots and lots of work. Gill netting happened last week. Netted a number of big, large lake trout up in Flaming Gorge and released those fish back into the depths for people to catch. So a lot of good work going on these days. So, I think that's the end of my slides for this evening. But what I would like to do is just take a couple of minutes and ask Dan Abeta maybe to come up. Dan Abeta is a Forest Service employee. He's a wildlife lead over at the Forest Service. His background's in fisheries. Dan been on our RAC for 8 years, and he fulfilled his 2 terms, and we wanted to just ask Dan to come tonight and give him a little recognition for his time served. Dan has always been very fair and asked a lot of good questions. Really try to determine what the issues are and really make some good recommendations and really appreciate your service on that. So I'd like to just give Dan a print for his service tonight for that. So. Thanks, Dan's work on lots and lots of cutthroat work. I thought it cut off for him. Appreciate that. So,
Appreciate being here. Get a picture with it.
I'll get one later.
Thanks. Just a word to the RAC here. I appreciate serving with all you guys for as long as I have, and just encourage you to engage and don't hold back. Ask questions. Go engage in what you're doing. What you're doing is important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your service. Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
So that's the bulk of my update. I think we can. I'll turn the time back to you, Brett. Yeah. Yeah. Kyle's online. I think we're ready for Kyle if he's.
With that, we'll move to item number 5, an informational item on conflict of interest. Kyle Maynard from the Utah Attorney General's office is here to present it. Welcome, Kyle.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you all for letting me take a bit of your time this evening and to talk to, of all subjects, conflicts of interest. It's been about a year. I met a lot of you at the last RAC and board training. So we thought it would be good to try and do a refresher. I know this is a complicated subject, so I'll go through this pretty quickly, and I know we have a busy agenda tonight, so I won't take too much time. But looking at conflicts of interest, we generally focus on 2 statutes in Utah Code. It's Title 67, which has a chapter in it for public employee ethics, and then Title 79, which is DNR's statute. And it has a provision in there for public officers. So these statutes require the disclosure of conflicts of interest, and in some cases, the recusal from voting. I think we've all run into questions that come up in daily life that it makes this really hard to discern which way to go and what exactly is your appropriate action. So we try to make that easier by breaking it down into 2 categories, perceived conflicts and actual conflicts of interest. The bigger ones are actual conflicts of interest. In those scenarios, you declare your conflict of interest in the public meeting and abstain from voting. That doesn't mean you can't participate in the discussion. You cannot vote. Examples of those are a member is an officer, employee, or director or administrator of an organization or business that may be financially or economically impacted. A member or their spouse or minor child has a substantial ownership interest in an organization or business that might be financially or economically impacted. And substantial ownership interest is defined. It's 10% or more. Next, there's a member may be financially or economically impacted different from the general public. And the same goes for that member's immediate family, and if they would be financially impacted different from the rest of the public. There are some cases that come up where a member may not objectively evaluate the decision and the proposal, and if they can't be objective, then it might be a situation where they need to recuse themselves. And then, a member may have a personal investment in an organization or business that creates a substantial conflict with their public duty. So those are scenarios where you'd want to declare and then abstain from voting. Your voice can be heard. You can participate in discussion. The rest of conflicts are perceived conflicts, and these are ones that you look at and you go, I understand that this might look a little odd from a public perspective. You may be a member of an organization, but there's not a financial impact there that you may cause or that you have an interest in which case you would just be safe to declare, hey, I'm part of this organization. I'm feel that I can remain objective and proceed to vote. And it is important to kind of state affirmatively that you feel you can remain objective. I will say I've gotten some questions that I've tried to work through throughout this RAC tour. I know a lot of you through statute are required to be sportsmen's representative for sportsmen's or for ag interests. And I've tried to think through some examples of kind of where that line is and whether that's what kind of conflict that is. And a lot of times those are going to be perceived conflicts of interest. And what you really have to look at is there a very specific financial interest that you would help cause? Are you the higher up in an organization that you have a financial interest in? The best example we can work from in Utah case law is a case that says that mere membership in an organization, participation in an organization, is not enough to create a conflict of interest.
Okay. Does the RAC have any questions for Kyle?
This is Richie. I have a question. So probably every member of this RAC is a member of some association. Do we need to disclose every one of us, each association we're a member of?
It depends on the matter that you're voting on. So if there's a chance that the public could see that your organization has some interest in what's being voted on, then you'd want to disclose that. It's a little tougher when it comes to sportsmen and ag reps. That's why you're there. And I don't know if I have as big of a concern about those. But I'm trying to think of an organization off the top of my head that might be a good example, but I'm kind of drawing a blank. But it's specific to the matter that you're voting on.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions for Kyle? Okay. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Yeah, thank you all for your time.
Is Heather here? Okay. We will move on to the Upland Game Management Plan, Fall Turkey Permits, and Air Rifle Recommendations. Heather Talley is here. She's the Upland Game Coordinator for the state of Utah. Welcome, Heather.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. Can I start out with just a few clarifying remarks? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'd just like you to just summarize what's in the topic tonight and the changes that you're recommending.
Definitely. So first, just to start out with a rule change that I had not caught before we submitted the RAC packet. So under R 657-54-12 on the identification of species and sex, I had not caught that we need to strike out some verbiage. The first statement is during the spring seasons, the head and beard must remain attached to the carcass of a wild turkey while being transported. And we would want to strike out during the spring season, since now we have some beardless only permits that we would be proposing for the fall. And the next section states during the fall season, only the head must remain attached to the carcass of wild turkey while being transported. So we'd strike that out completely. So there's always identification there. So the other aspect that I just wanted to reiterate with the fall hunts, with this recommendation of 2 beardless and 1 hunter's choice permit, is that our goal with the fall hunts is in fact to decrease populations in these small localized areas where we do have the latitude every year to change the hunt boundaries, to change the maximum number of permits offered per region, and to change the season dates. So this is really just another tool that we're able to use at a localized targeted scale to assuage some depredation and nuisance issues. So we like to have that tool available. Also, one more thing to keep in mind that we are going to be revising the turkey plan this summer, and then we will bring that back through this RAC cycle next year. So we will have be putting a turkey committee here very shortly. As far as our upland plan, that provides us some measurable goals and objectives. And that's important so that we can quantifiably evaluate what success looks like. Also, having written down priorities helps us to leverage more funding from different financial sources because we do have that plan in place. With the use of the air guns that we've discussed during the legislative session, it was at first stated that they would like to open air guns as a legal weapon type for all turkey hunting. And after further discussion, they've decided to give the Wildlife Board the latitude to decipher the hunts and species for which that weapon type will become legalized. And because we already have rimfire firearms legalized for fall turkey, rabbits, and hares, that's where that recommendation came from on our end. So also, do you care if I just go through the minimum requirements on air guns as well? Okay, perfect. So that is part of our presentation, but just to make sure everybody is aware, the minimum requirements include using a pre-charged pneumatic air rifle producing a velocity of at least 2,000 PSI and 30 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle, and using a pellet or slug that weighs 18 grains or more and is at least 25 caliber. So we feel like that's going to be a successful weapon and we should not contribute to wounding loss. Some of the other RACs have passed that recommendation under the condition that some kind of a habitat conservation stamp would be applied in lieu of PR tax, as air guns do not currently pay that tax.
I just clarify a few points before we open it up to questions. You're changing it from 3 any turkeys in the fall to 1 tom and 2 hens.
2
correct?
beardless and 1 hunter's choice, yes.
Okay, so that's a change we're talking about there. And then one other clarification, the air rifle topic came from the legislature
Yes.
directing the DWR to look at opportunities. Am I saying that right?
Yes, they've been tasked the Wildlife Board with designating which species and hunts to make the air rifles a legal weapon type for.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Questions from the RAC?
Maybe real quick, is a Jake considered a beardless as well?
Yeah, we do address that in the presentation. Thank you for bringing that up. Just for further clarification, we realize that Jakes will also be taken during that season because of almost indiscernible beards, if any. So yeah, any beardless bird. So Jakes and hens can be taken during that time as well as jennies. And the goal of that is that we still will target more females with those permits, and also that we will be leaving more gobblers during this spring season.
Maybe one more question too, just there's lots of literature or as far as the requirements of the airless, how will one know if they have all those requirements of 2000 PSI, the right grain? Is there somewhere they can go get that checked if they intend to hunt that way?
I believe that if they own an air gun, they should have all that proper equipment. They can go to the Utah Air Gun Association has worked with us as well and answered questions. We've also been speaking with the Air Gun Association of Montana, and it sounds like for people that purchase those types of guns are able to figure that out when they purchase it.
Any other questions from the RAC? Does the public have any questions for Heather? Okay. Was there any electronic comments that come in on this, Miles?
Yeah, there was only 4 people that submitted comments electronically on the turkey changes or the upland game changes, sorry. One of those strongly agreed, 2 somewhat agreed, and 1 somewhat disagreed. And so kind of what the themes, one of the persons supported the use of air rifles for harvest of turkeys. Others agreed making 2 of the 3 fall permits hen only. And the other person just disagreed fundamentally with harvesting any toms in the fall, just afraid of that taking away opportunity from the spring tom turkey hunters. So not a lot of comments on that topic.
Thank you. I failed to mention earlier, our meeting is a video recorded and telecast live on YouTube. So just so everybody's comfortable with that when you speak. We have one comment from the public, I believe. If there's anybody else that was on upland game, please let me know. But I believe the one we have is Dana Beta regarding the upland game. Even though we know you, please state your name for the record.
I will, for the record.
Dan Abeta, just representing myself here. Heather, as I read through the plan, I was just a little bit concerned about not seeing much mention about predator control in terms of trying to grow upland game birds, upland species in general. I know there's like maybe a page or so dedicated in the statewide management plan for upland game, but it kind of, I guess, just from what I've seen and talking to people, it seems to be a big concern with raccoons and skunks and the list. Can you speak to that and just talk about maybe why it almost seems like, you recognize, predators and their impact, but that like bounties don't work. Maybe you expand on that a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Yes, I'll just read an excerpt from the plan because that will help clarify. So predator bounty programs are often suggested as a way to improve upland game populations. However, they've been shown to be ineffective and costly, having little influence on predator population trends since at least the mid-1900s. So we have some citations there. Also, more recent research shows that bounty programs did not increase hunter participation or reduce some other populations, and they may be effective in small areas where high level of control can be maintained to protect imperiled populations or improve the translocation success on select wildlife management areas. But that's on those very small localized scale. At a widespread scale, we have not seen the efficacy for predator control. And the larger issue does seem to be the habitat. If we've got better habitat and we have ways that upland game can escape from predation, it seems to be that that's more effective.
I see. And were there any other, I think that those couple of citations were from the 1940s?
I have a Cody and Sutherland from 97, Fry et al. 2003, Dinkins et al. 2016, Conover and Roberts from 2017.
See.
So they are relatively recent.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was my comment. I just, like I said, wanted to express that concern and just, share that comment with you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'll now open it up to comments from the RAC. I guess I'll start it off. Maybe I'm just gun shy, but I remember a day when we were talking about scopes on muzzle loaders, and they said, it doesn't matter how good your scope is. They can only shoot 100 yards. no big deal. So we said, okay, put whatever scope you want on there. And the technology immediately took off to where you have muzzle loaders that shoot 500 yards with a high powered scope. And I see this air thing as, just a 25 caliber, any bullet, you know. I'm concerned that they're going to turn the air rifles into basically not necessarily a high powered rifle, but very much the equivalent of a rimfire. What do you think on that?
I have a few thoughts. Number one, I do want to reiterate, because I had missed this myself when I responded to this last night, but we do have that emerging technologies committee, and every day every year they bring that forward to the board. So we'll be able to make changes as they come quickly with an annual meeting like that, number one. And the next thing is that you can only power air so much. So air can only be compressed to a certain degree. And because of that, even the larger calibers that are very heavy, they just will not have the power to travel the distance that a rimfire can.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Comments from the RAC?
I just want to make a comment about the PR tax. Is that something that the division is, or I don't know who would put that into place, maybe legislature, placing those kind of taxes on the air rifle eventually, or is that something that we need to discuss to maybe have the wildlife board bring forward to the legislature?
I believe that's the route that it would go. So with the PR tax, I know that the Utah Air Guns Association and maybe other statewide or other countrywide associations have applied for the PR tax, and they just haven't been able to be approved yet to pay that. But that's why the other RACs had passed the possibility of some kind of conservation stamp so that they could pay something in lieu of PR. And that process, to my knowledge, would have to be taking that to the wildlife board and recommending that to them. And if they passed it, it would go back through legislation this coming year.
Thank you.
I have a question. Is there a certain number of stocking that is going to happen? I didn't see that or hear about. I know we used to do a lot of chukar partridge in the Book Cliffs and Sandwash, and it seems like populations really grew, supplementing the hunters, and then also kind of some of those coveys lasting. Is there some of that talk within the management plan as far as stocking birds also after maybe hunting seasons to, most of them are not indigenous or from this area, right? So
Absolutely. Pheasants and chukars are not from here. You're right. So what you mentioned is kind of two different things. I think that what you're referring to as far as augmenting populations is moving wild chukars, and translocations of wild birds is mentioned in our upland plan as one of the priorities to expand chukar partridge range. And so we do plan on doing some of that also with the guzzler work that we plan on doing. I know Avery's been working really diligently on a lot of things with water developments and trying to get an additional appendix that we'll bring through for that plan at a later time. So that's going to be instrumental with habitat treatments. People just think chukars just need cheatgrass to live. That's not true. So it definitely needs some habitat treatments as well. The weather is not working in our favor, as we all know right now with any of our upland species. But as far as pheasants, we do have, for chukar and pheasant penreared birds, we do have an allowance of about $206,800 a year. And we spend that is from a PR grant that we get through Hunter Education. And we have the restricted funds to match that. And that's what we use just to stock birds. And we never utilize that program as a population augmentation because the success rate of penreared birds living in the wild is so incredibly low. But we are up, I think later this year, we will need to do our final purchase response report to that PR grant. And then we'll be able to see if we can continue that funding and continue working with our growers to put out birds for more of an R3 movement. But it's been really helpful.
Does everyone understand the Pittman-Robertson issue? It's a tax on firearms and I believe ammunition also that goes back into wildlife management, and the air guns do not have that tax on them when they're sold. So that's the specific issue there. Is there any other questions from the RAC or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to recommend to the Wildlife Board to accept the DWR's proposal
As presented.
as presented.
Do we have a second?
Yeah. I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes. 5-1.
Yeah, you can state your reasoning you want.
Yes, feel free.
Yeah, I think there should be an addition of that stamp so they can collect money.
Okay. We have a motion and as presented and it was passed, so I think we are done there, right? Okay. We'll move on to the landowner rule amendments, in case anybody's here for that. We've got a little, we're gonna go, Miles and I've been thinking about how to go through this issue, so it might not be the exactly normal direction. We're gonna ask Chad Wilson, who is the private lands and CWMU director for the state of Utah, DWR, to give a brief history of the program, not what's on the agenda tonight, but just the background of the program, please, Chad.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has been something that's been being kicked around for quite some time, probably over 10 years, that it's been mentioned in board meetings and other places that we need to look at this landowner association rule and fix it. And somehow over all that time, it didn't happen until the stars aligned and here I am. Lucky me, right? So when we were asked to do that, it was in December of 2020. We got to work. We decided we needed to get a lot of diverse input on this subject. So what we did is we formed a committee, and we got a committee with a lot of diverse representation. And just to be clear, we don't have to form a committee on a rule change, but we knew that this would be an important enough topic that we decided to do that. With that committee, we tried to split it pretty evenly between landowners and sportsmen. We had a couple of landowner association presidents on that committee to make sure that we got the representation from landowner associations. Along with that, we also conducted a survey. That survey, we got about 4,000 responses from. 2,000, or actually a little bit more than 2,000, more than half of those responses came from a landowner group. So everybody that's had a depredation claim, everybody that's in our depredation database that had an email address, we sent that survey out to them. And so we did contact a lot of landowners with that as well. With that, with meeting with the committee and having that survey, we formed a recommendation as a division of wildlife. So that's the recommendation that you see. That is our recommendation. This process, go ahead. Do you want to?
What we'd like to do, if we could, is could you briefly talk about the history of sorry to interrupt you, but the history of the program, how long it's been around and that.
Yeah, so the program's been around since 1998 is what I found on as far back as our rule changes went, is when our landowner association was put into place. The reason we do landowner programs is we value landowners. We see that they bring value to wildlife, and so it was a way for us to work with them. As mentioned in the video, it's a complicated process because you have a public resource, which is wildlife that belongs to everybody, and you have private land and private land rights. And so they don't really mesh very well. So we try to come up with some programs where we can mesh those two together. There's a little bit of give and take in that. Was there more that you wanted me to elaborate on that? Or
No, I just want to, make it clear that it's not a new rule. It's a rule that's been in effect with some suggested modifications for
Yeah.
24 years.
Yep. So we got, with that input we brought this recommendation forward to the public process. I want to be clear too that the process for this isn't completed yet. So this is part of the process. We got good representation and came up with what we felt was a really good recommendation. And this is the time for people to respond to that and voice their opinion. I know that throughout the course of this, that there's been a lot of frustrations, I'd say, of the timing of when some people learned about this and found out about this rule. I sympathize with that, but we're here now, and we've had a chance. I think everybody's had a chance to think about this and see this rule. So I would say as we go forward throughout this process is that let's discuss the merits of the program or the proposal. If there's things that you don't like, state what you don't like. If there's things that you'd change and you have suggestions for changes, please state how you'd like it to change. That can be discussed tonight. The RAC can make a motion to amend this rule. They can make that recommendation to the Wildlife Board. As you saw, we had this presentation in a couple of spots, and initially we didn't do a red line on this. The reason why is afterwards we did release that red line, so you've probably seen the red line, and it's very red, and we didn't know if that would be a benefit or not. I just want to be clear, even though it's very red, most of that was to change the structure. The old rule, anybody who read it would get pretty confused pretty fast. You have to read it like a whole bunch of times because it would jump from general season permits to landowner appreciation to LOA, and then it would repeat that cycle like 3 or 4 times. So a lot of that was just to try to organize it, make it easier to understand and to read. So maybe I'll just jump into what the changes are that we're proposing here. So maybe the one that's more straightforward is the general season. We have general season permits. We issued these back before we went to 30 units to the smaller units. At that point in time, we gave out 97,000 deer tags statewide, and we're giving out 600 deer tags per region. So about 3,000. So about 3% of the tags that we're giving out, we do an additional 3%. So on top of those draw tags out for the general season landowner. With that change in Southern Utah has kind of brought this up because they're the only region that's hit this cap, but they were starting to hit it. And so we saw that it needed to be changed. It really didn't make sense for us to keep those as a region wide. And so the proposal is to do 3% additional permits on each individual unit instead of region wide. So those permits will fluctuate as the permits on the units fluctuate. So if the unit that you're in is adding permits, then there'll be more available to landowners. If it's dropping permits, then there'll be less available to landowners. And to be clear, that this won't go into effect even if this passes in June, it's not in effect for this fall. It'll be for the following fall. And for the limited entry, this rule, so before I get into the limited entry too deep, it'd be the same. A lot of you guys have CORs, and we're going to honor the course of that COR. So it'd go into effect your application next summer. I think it's all but one apply next summer. Those would be good, and the permits would be for the 2024 season.
And Chad, that replaces the the landowner appreciation tags.
So
And is there another type of tag that replaces?
yeah, so we pretty much combined landowner appreciation and the general season landowner buck tags. There wasn't really a lot of general or landowner appreciation tags being given out. And we also are proposing that there's a limit of 5 so that it can be spread out to more landowners.
If it's okay, I'd like to address that issue separate from the LOA issue. Can we discuss it?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
So you want to go right into general season now? or-
Yeah, I'd like to address the general season issue first.
Okay.
And treat them as two different issues. That, just because I think there'll be less discussion on this one.
Do you want to field questions for it now, or do you want me to explain the other one?
On the general season, do you have more to?
No, I'm done with general season.
Okay.
yeah.
So yeah, let's deal with the general season, the buck tags, the deer tags. Is there questions from the RAC on that? Is there anybody in the public that had questions on the general season deer tags? Okay. That was not separate on the comments, right?
It was not.
It was combined. Is there any public comments on the general season deer tags? The new process? Okay, how about from the RAC? Okay. We will roll into the LOAs, and at some point, Chad, whatever's convenient for you, I would like to take a moment and talk about the LOAs in the Northeast region. And I do have the numbers, so I can discuss them. So whenever you think that's a good opportunity in your presentation, let me know.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, would you entertain a motion about the general season permit? So that's.
I just wanted to have the discussion separate. We can combine the motion at the end, since it's one item on the agenda.
Maybe I'll do a history of what we're proposing, and then we'll go into what you'd like,
Okay.
if that works.
That would be fine. You bet.
Okay. So yeah, like I said, it's been 10 plus years that board members have been asking for this to change. That's how we got here. Some of the things that needed to be fixed over that time that came up was the voucher distribution, to make sure that it was done consistently, and also that public access is fair and transparent. To touch on the first one, on the voucher distribution, at times so on the current rule, we can base it off of acreage or usage. What we'd get though is the LOAs could make a recommendation, and then the DWR would make a recommendation. And at times you'd have LOAs making a recommendation that was above the usage. And you'd also get some approved for that additional, and others told that they were only going to get what the acreage was. So it seemed a little bit out of balance there. We had some LOAs getting 2.5 times what their acreage would have given them. So you have some that are being told to the line of, you get exactly what the acreage is, and others that get up to 2.5 times and anywhere in between. So for the recommendation that we have to fix that was that we'd just go to a straight acreage calculation to determine these permits. So whatever the acreage is, this would be something that we would ask that the board approve that calculation, and then those numbers wouldn't come back to the board to be approved. It would we would calculate it and notify the LOAs. There will be a lag on that as well. So for example, the ones that were just barely passed by the board, those would be the numbers that we would use, not for this fall, but for the following fall. And that would be, the intent of that would be to allow landowner associations to market those tags I give them a little bit more time to market. So they know how many tags they have more than a year in advance. So the second part of that is the access. So this was something that was very difficult for us to track in the old program. And we'd get complaints too of people that weren't being allowed to be on there. Part of our guiding principles is, as I mentioned in my video, is to allow access for all. That's part of the North American model. That is part of the reason, and maybe I haven't explained that good enough in the past, but it's a public resource. It belongs to everybody, and all should have access to it. So our proposal is that the people, when you put in for the draw, you're assigned a draw number, and the lowest draw numbers equal to the amount of vouchers that are given would be the ones that would get the public access. So if an LOA got 10 vouchers, numbers 1 through 10 would be given that opportunity to access the private land enrolled in the LOA. We would notify them that they have been given that access, and would notify the LOA president also that these are the people that have access to the land. This is something that we've done in the CWMU program for 28 years. This year we have 1,500 private draw hunt or public draw hunters that are going to hunt on CWMUs. It's probably been a similar number, at least for the last 10, but yeah, if you added up the amount of people that have hunted CWMUs over the last 28 years, it's a large number, and we just really don't have issues with somebody getting that access out of the draw. One other thing that I just want to touch on is, we feel like this is a beneficial program. We value private landowners. This is something I want to touch on the vouchers a little bit, because vouchers are very, very important to us. So we're clear. I talked on the last one that those are additive permits on the general season. These that come out of these limited entry come out of the draw. So if we were going to recommend 100 permits and an LOA was going to get 10 vouchers, we would now be taking 90 permits. So those come out of the public draw. To me, that's a really big deal. It takes 10 plus years, probably. I don't have all the stats, but most limited entry units take more than 10 years to draw. And off the top, we're giving permits to the LOAs every single year. To me, that's a really big give. When we give big, we ask big too. And I recognize, over these last few RAC meetings, it's a big ask to ask private landowners to allow public access to people that they don't know. It is. I recognize that. But I just want to make it clear, when we ask big, when we give big, we're going to ask big in return. And in that vein, we have a lot of landowner programs. We have CWMU program, we have walk-in access. We have a bunch of programs that we can work with landowners with. And so if this is something where landowners, if it's a no-go to allow access, we would be happy to work with them in other aspects. And with that, that's all I have. So go ahead with what you wanted to bring up.
Okay, I'd just like to take a moment and discuss, I don't know how many LOAs there are in the state. Chad, do you roughly know how many?
Yeah, so it's 21, but some of those, that's like the Book Cliffs we're counting. That's counting the Book Cliffs as 3 because they have deer,
Of
elk,
this
and
species.
pronghorn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in our region, we have 3 different landowner associations, LOAs. We have, and they go from one end of the spectrum to the other. And this is why it's a difficult trying to come up with something fair. And you'll see when I read off these numbers. So we have the North Slope 3 corners, and they have 4,659 acres, and it's only for elk. The reason it's only for elk is because this is a limited entry program, and they're in a general deer area. So they literally have thousands of deer use their fields, and this program's not available for that. So from a impact on the land, they have a huge impact by the deer, and the only thing they get really to compensate a little bit for that is elk. So this is where we get into the acreage versus recommendations on the permits. They have 5 landowners. The acreage qualified them for 2 permits, and the board approved 4 because we, as a RAC, recommended leaving that number high. And it's because we were trying to deal with the deer, the deer eating their fields, and we were trying to come up with something fair. So that's where we get into this really subjective thing. Chad was talking, and then we get 21 of these at the wildlife board, and I was there, and they're like, this is ridiculous. We don't know. And we're getting all these recommendations. Let's find a way to standardize this. So I was there when they were frustrated over it. The next one is the next one we have is the Book Cliffs, and they have about 26,000 acres enrolled, and they have elk tags, pronghorn tags, and deer tags. There's a different number of landowners for each species, but they qualified for 2 elk tags, and they were given 4. They qualified for, but when I say qualified, I'm talking by acreage percentage, which is a percentage of the unit tags. Antelope, pronghorn, they qualified by acreage for 2, and they were given 2. And then for deer, they qualified for 10 deer, and they were given 11. And some of this is, your marketing tags, as you know, trying to predict what you're going to sell. And it's a business plan. And the percentage is percentage of the tags, which are adjusted year to year based on drought or whatever the conditions are. And that's why these numbers are fluctuating. And then we have the South Slope Diamond Mountain LOA, which is 87,833 acres, 165 landowners. For deer, they qualified for 50 by acreage, and they were given 51. For elk, they qualified for 30, and they were given 32 tags. So that's what we're dealing with kind of as a RAC in the Northeast, and there's not a lot of similarities there. It's kind of all over the board. And I just wanted to kind of put it in perspective locally. Chad, if that was okay.
Yeah. Can I make a clarification on that?
Yes,
too?
please.
So I will point out that on this last one, the numbers weren't exactly the same as what they may have been, just because the board's motion, I can't remember exactly what the board motion was, but it essentially made us go back and figure out a calculation, and it had to do with history of permits and other things. So there was actually some that even got more than what they even asked for. So some of those numbers may have been skewed a little bit with that, but
it's kind of a busted process. I've been in the middle of it. Also, it's a 3-year locked in number. Is that correct?
We're locking those in now, but the current rule does allow for that to change year by year
Annually.
But yeah, with everything going on and trying to do a rule, we want to give LOAs plenty of time to prep for it if this rule changes, that they have the time to make adjustments if they need to.
Okay. Could I ask you to put up the committee membership on the board?
I'll just touch on this a little bit. So it's maybe not in the best format to see everything at once, so I'll scroll down slowly. But you see the person that was on the committees on the far left. The middle column is what we've asked why we selected them to represent. Then the far right is just other representation that they have. So maybe if we just go off of the first one there, that sportsman, John Bear, we had John on there because we thought he would represent sportsmen and SFW. As you see on the far right, he's also a landowner and a member of the Landowner Association. So we just kind of wanted to point that out, like the one in the closest to their name is why we asked them, but there are a lot of landowner representation that were kind of both. And one other thing, you'll see that there's actually a decent amount of representation from the Northeast region, including Brett here, Randy Dirth on the Wildlife Board. We had Heidi Heckathorn with MDF that's from here, and also Dax as a biologist. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Dave, yeah, he's right here next to me. Sorry, Dave. Yep. So that's the list there.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the audience knew that it was a varied board. The topic is still very difficult, but it sure wasn't a board that was weighted heavily at least in my view. I was there, and I didn't think it was weighted heavily towards any government agency or anything. The DWR was obviously in charge of implementing it, so there was quite a representation from the DWR. So really, before we get into the comments, access and voucher numbers, which you've hit on, are the two really hot topics, I would assume. Would you discuss the two options? Make sure everybody in the room understands the two options for the access.
Yeah, so we did come up with two options. So that the option one is 1-to-1. I want to stress that on that one, the voucher is valid for the whole entire unit. So we give a private voucher to the LOAs. They can hunt the whole entire unit. And that's why we're asking in return for everyone that they allow to hunt, that same number be able to hunt also the whole entire unit, which includes those LOA lands. Then our option two is we thought maybe not everybody would want to allow that amount of public people on their land. So we came up with another option, which was an 80-20 split, essentially. So if you wanted to do that, then you'd only have to allow 20% of your vouchers to be on the public land. But as I said earlier, the more we give, the more we ask in return. So we're not given as much there because we would limit them to their private lands that are in the LOA for their private vouchers.
Just so we're clear, the number of vouchers in option one and option two would be slightly different, correct?
Yeah, so if you choose option two, like if you take a 20% reduction in the vouchers.
The 20% of public access is from the vouchers.
Yeah, so the 20% would go back to the public draw and would allow 20% of what the vouchers were to have that private access.
Correct. And then option one, if you receive 10 vouchers, then there would just be a similar number of designated permit holders that already hold a permit for the rest of the unit that would have access.
Yeah. And to be clear on that, they're granted that access. Now it would be their choice whether they took that access. So there's a lot of, these units are really large. So a lot of times they may be scouting certain areas and may not even want that access. So they may call landowners, they may not. But if they want it, then it needs to be free access. That would be similar to what they give the private vouchers guys.
Are you at a point where we can take questions from the RAC?
Yeah.
Okay, questions from the RAC?
It seemed like in the comments, there were a lot of concerns about liability for the private landowners. And I think there are things or statutes that cover them for that. Could you touch on that?
I could, but I think Kyle can do it better.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to see if Kyle's still online and wants to touch on that.
Yep, I'm still here.
Did you hear the question, Kyle?
I did, yeah. So Title 57 is our real estate statute in Utah code. And in that statute, there's a section on limitations on landowner liability. And if you'd like, I can read a portion of it, but the gist of it is that if an owner of land either directly or indirectly invites someone onto their property and does not charge them more than $1, that they owe no duty of care to warn for risks on their property. They don't make any assurances that the land is safe. They don't confer any legal status. They don't assume responsibility or incur liability. And they don't owe a duty to curtail or stop what they're doing on their property for those recreational purposes. So as far as the public hunters are concerned, my feeling is that the limitations on landowner liability statute would cover that.
Follow-up question to that while you're still on.
Sure.
So if the option to charge trespass access is there at a fee, does that now incur liability on the landowner?
In reading the statute, it seems like it would. I haven't run into it in my tenure in the office, but it would be more than a nominal fee. So I think so.
Any other questions for Kyle while we've got him online? Thank you, Kyle. Question? Pardon me? We will, yes, you're next on the, after we get done asking questions on the RAC, then I will call for questions. You're fine. Other questions from the RAC?
So just looking, Diamond Mountain, so 50 deer tags were issued. So if I understand this right, so if 50 deer tags, if somebody chose option one or the whole landowner association, I'm not exactly sure how that breaks down, but then 50 people in the draw would then be able to access all of the private land because they were issued 50 vouchers as private landowners. Is that correct?
Yeah. And just to clarify on that too, is like, we wouldn't put all 50 of those in one hunt, would spread those out across the hunt to try to alleviate that pressure some.
Archery,
muzzleloader. Yeah. Whatever hunts are out there, we'll divide them out across all the hunts.
So if there's 300 permits given on Diamond Mountain, 50 are given to landowner vouchers, and then 50 would have access. The other, say 200 people would then basically have to access different public land.
Right. Yep. They'd be on the public land. And I don't know if we were clear on that. Well, I guess Diamond's almost 100% of the land enrolled, but it would just be the private land enrolled in the LOA. So if you have other private landowners there that are not enrolled, that hunter doesn't have access to that. Because this is an optional, it's an optional program, right? You can enroll in it or you cannot. So.
Is there any specification on how many people, so you have the permit holder, but can they bring a whole party with them, or is it just one individual or two individuals?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And so with the CWMU program, we have rules where landowners are able to create those type of rules. And that's what we would do with the landowner association too. So really in the CWMU rule, there's a lot of things that you can limit. So the amount of guests, horseback camping, like there's a list. What we would ask is that it's reasonable and that it's the same. So if you have a private voucher guy that you allow on and you allow him to have his whole entire family on, you probably need to allow the public guy that same option. Or if you're allowing him to drive all over, or just whatever you're allowing, just want it to be an equal opportunity for both the private and the public.
I've got a question. So you speak to if you allow. So if we can address that real quick and get some clarification. If you were to allow somebody to hunt your property, now if they're involved at this program, do they have discretion on who they allow on the property? Because from my understanding, it'd be no, correct?
And going forward with the proposal.
With the new proposal.
Yeah, well, you could still allow more people, but the people that we would ask that are guaranteed free access would be the people that are randomly assigned through the draw.
Because I was misunderstanding there that some misclarification that if this were to go through, then there would be, if they allowed certain people to hunt their property rather than being open access to everybody that drew through the system or by a voucher. Am I misunderstanding that correctly? Or understanding that correctly?
You might. So if they have 50 vouchers,
Right.
then they're going to allow 50 public draw permits access. So it'd be
Right.
1-to-1. Yeah.
So then-
the others wouldn't have access unless a landowner wanted to grant them access
On top of.
on top of it. Yeah.
But as a voucher holder or a recipient through the draw, the due diligence isn't there to required to contact the landowner or notify?
So yeah, you'd have to contact the president. So we would contact that hunter and say, you were one that was drawn that has access to these LOAs. This is the LOA president's contact information. If you're interested in hunting the private lands inside the LOA, contact the president.
I just didn't see that. I just,
That you didn't see it in the rule? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it's not spelled out in the rule. And that's one thing going forward that we could add language that something like, access rules that they're created, that they'll be passed through the board when they renew, like whatever rules that they do would go through the RAC and board process to make sure that they're fair. And if needed, we could easily add, that they'll be contacted. That was more a procedural thing. And
okay.
yeah.
No, that's just, I've heard that following all the racks and everything that's been said, and there's kind of been talk about, contact the landowner, gain access, but I just didn't understand the rule to be written that way. So that's
Yeah.
why I asked the question.
Okay.
But I've got more.
Okay, fire them away.
So there was quite a bit of discussion about, road damage in the comments. And so if they're not allowing their voucher hunters to use ATVs and go, then they don't have to allow the public hunters, correct?
Correct. Yeah, this is hunting access that we're talking about. It's not a free for all on the property, but we do want it to be fair too. So whatever you want to allow the private voucher guy, just be fair with the public guy.
So to prevent damages and tearing up land, gates, fences, they could make this a walk-in only access, similar to several WMAs, similar to several other states.
Yeah.
They have that authority.
Yeah.
Can the LOA establish a waiver of liability release for the public just to help ease at mind that they're not held liable for the activities? Or if somebody gets hurt on their property? Is that?
I think that would be appropriate. Maybe I'll throw that to Kyle to see if it would fit, but yeah, I would be comfortable with that. I think a lot of CWMUs do that, but let's see what Kyle says.
I don't have much to add. I think that would be appropriate and something that if the LOAs have a legal counsel, they can get that drafted and discuss that as an LOA.
Right. Okay. Am I good to keep going? So when we talk about the distribution to the public hunters that are selected through the draw, can the division establish a method for those who are interested in partaking the activity on the LOA rather than issuing it to all applicants for the opportunity?
Yeah, we had pretty in-depth conversations about how to make this work and how to make it the simplest. As we know, a lot of our rules are pretty complex, and this being one of them. After the discussion, this was the simplest way to do it is just to assign it to those lowest in the draw with lowest draw numbers.
So a point of view question. And I'll save it for comments.
Okay.
So if the public didn't understand what that is, if there's 10 public hunters that were notified they could go hunt on the private land, contact the president, whatever the process was. If 2 of them said, I prefer to hunt over here on the forest because that's where I always hunt, then in Chad's description of it, there would only be 8 hunters. There wouldn't be replacements made for them.
Correct.
I have a question. What about guide service? Would, if I was successful, I don't own any land on Diamond Mountain, could I hire a mossback Wade Lemon that doesn't own any land up there? Would that be appropriate?
That would probably be referred back to what the LOA rule is. Yeah. So if you're a public hunter, yeah, I mean, technically, if they're allowing one guest, I think that outfitter could be your guest. So a lot of that would just depend on how their rules are.
Yeah, I just think that should be, discussed at some length because that, I've hunted areas that those other outfitters are at. So I'm just curious on if there is a rule or if that's in the landowner association on who could guide there, who would be allowed.
Yeah. So it would be a guest. But that would be one other thing that we see CWMUs do is some of them for protection on their land will assign a guide to the public and the private hunter, right? So that would be a potential for private hunter or private landowners that have, I guess, hesitations with allowing that they could assign a guide to them to make sure that they're not acting bad, I guess.
Can the division provide an identifiable voucher to each of the voucher and public land hunters that can be presented if questioned by landowners and law enforcement?
Yeah, that's something that we could do.
Like that would accompany their tag or when they come in to redeem a voucher?
I think it's when we would mail out a packet with the maps and the landowner information. I think we could just send that with them saying, this is your.
But on a voucher redemption, they would have to come to the office to redeem that voucher, right?
Oh, so you're saying for the private guy, not the public?
Both.
For both?
Because they
Yeah.
have to be treated equally by rule.
Yeah. And so we could do that as well. And I guess for me, the private one's not as big of an issue because they have been, the LOA is the one that chose them. So, but I guess maybe to your point, when you have 150 landowners in one, for all of them to know, but I think that's something that they could handle in their bylaws as far as saying, hey, they could do the notification, but it wouldn't be too hard for us to write out a voucher too, if that's what was wanted.
And I'm jumping all over the place because as all this flooded through, I got tons of questions. So if this were to go through, can the division add questions to the required postseason surveys to ensure location of harvest, number of properties utilized as a recipient, and things as such that can help sharpen the program?
Yeah.
To include confrontations. I know running hounds, there's always that question all the time about conflicts with the public, but in this turn be conflicts with private landowners or other hunters?
Yeah, I think that that's stuff that we could add onto that survey to kind of monitor it and make sure that it's working.
You currently do that in the CWMU, and at renewal time, if there's complaints come in, you address them, right?
Yeah. And that's something we could send out with the packet too, say if there's any issues that happen with this LOA, please contact us. But we could do it in the hunter survey as well.
Do you have concerns about this being more stressful for certain landowners that might have better habitat and that hunters would congregate in those areas possibly, and it would be more stress on those particular individuals?
Yeah, there's for sure that possibility. I don't want to dismiss that. But with that being said too, on limited entry, there's not the amount of pressure as there is like on general season. And you will see pressure in spots, but you also do see that hunters disperse pretty good as well. So there is potential, I guess. But I think that also goes back to this is everybody's resource as well, though. Yeah.
So just a point of clarification on my last question, post-season surveys are required, correct? Or you
Right.
fall out of eligibility to put in the following years?
Yeah, for limited entry, yeah.
Okay, so that was the point I was trying to make, is that those questions be added that they would have to disclose.
Yeah, and I think we can do that.
In conjunction to that, can the division survey all LOAs to gather input for use of the program and optimization for the future development? So not only a survey that the sportsmen's and the hunters take, but for landowners to get their perspective. And
Yeah, so part of this proposal is actually that they will require an annual training. And I think that training, we have operator trainings for CWMUs, and we call them trainings, but it's also in my mind, it is partially training, partially conversation / feedback. And I would envision this being the same, that it's a training, but it's an ability to get all the LOAs together that they can talk amongst themselves, which I think is an important aspect that hasn't happened as much. And us talking with the LOAs as well. So there'll be that communication. We can say, this is what we're hearing, what we're seeing. They can communicate with us. We're feeling these pressures. Rules are supposed to be looked at every 5 years. So going forward, you make the tweaks and changes as necessary to fix anything that might be happening.
reason I ask for that one more or less is to address directly the individual landowners to solicit their participation, because that seems to be the common theme is through this last couple of weeks is involvement. So that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, and it is, I'll say my experience, it's only been 2.5 years in this position, but you do get some landowners that are, honestly, you get some that aren't as invested as much as others about what's happening. And maybe with this rule change, it would change that. But we would for sure, even though it'd be a president's training, that's something that we would invite any landowner to come to. That's part of an LOA.
Here's a big question. Can a rule be put into place that the voucher and public hunters be prosecuted under a form of violation of the LOA requirements for the dual access? Now, this is, I'm not talking just public hunters. This is an equal, right? So if the properties are open to voucher hunters issued by one landowner, they have access to the entire LOA. So if they're on somebody else's property that didn't give them the voucher or let them redeem their voucher, then they could be on the LOA. And if it's walk-in only and they're driving a four-wheeler or something of that nature and they're in violation, be it on number of people in their party, and the LOA has a rule, any violation, is there a way that the division can enforce some type of punitive rule, some type of a fine, removal of their access, sort of that voucher that they have to present if questioned, kind of back to that?
Yeah, and I would say if a public hunter is breaking rules, that, yeah, we can talk to them and say, yeah, you no longer have access. We'll deny the access for the rest of that hunting season to them. If if it's private vouchers or if specific landowners are bad actors and not keeping up their end, then we'd just,
I'll get to that one next.
oh, okay. I
This-
thought that
this
was
is
part of
just-
that question.
No, this is just the public hunters.
Just public? Okay.
And the voucher redemption through the sale or transfer
Yeah.
to somebody else.
And I might ask Jack, so be ready, Jack, unless you, or Tori. I didn't see Tori there. Would that be something that we could write infraction under our code?
Or would it have to be
If
a
they
code
have
change?
rules, if there's rules created by an LOA and a public hunter breaks that rule, would there be potential to write any violation for any infraction, or would it be more just, we would ask them to not come back?
It would be that. I don't know that we could write that as an infraction. It would be a violation of the LOA rules, and probably not to come back would be what I would initially see it as.
So could there be potentially language in code that could provide us the ability to do that? Whether it be a trespass infraction or a misdemeanor or a,
Daniel,
monetary-
absolutely, and that's something that'd have to be pushed through this public process, or get with one of the legislators and try pushing it that way as well.
cool, thank you. Now, to the second part of that.
I think 4 questions ago, you said it was your last question.
No, I did not.
I swear
No,
you
I
said
did
that.
With that, can the LOAs establish a rule that if a specific landowner does not hold true to their portion of the commitment in the program, issue some type of punishment in a manner that they remove vouchers for the following year, 3 years, or whatever that may be, just to keep it fair across the board, that everybody's playing by the same rules?
I would say that would be the LOA. Yes, they could do that, but I would say that that'd be something the division would be interested in too. If they're not following, if any specific landowner is not following the rules, then we would look at saying, I guess if it came up for renewal and we knew of somebody that was not playing by the rules, we'd probably say, we recommend this to not pass with this person involved in the LOA because they've been a bad actor. So the LOA at that point would have to probably choose to either exclude that landowner and move forward, or to not participate.
Okay. Shift gears a little bit. Would it be possible for a landowner who chooses to keep their own voucher and redeem it for themselves or an immediate family member to be able to hunt their property as they see fit? So if, say, they did establish a rule for walk-in access only for the public and the voucher hunters, but if they choose to redeem for their own property, is there the flexibility there that they could hunt that ground as they see fit as their own property?
We didn't dive into that one. So I would just, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for a committee, but I would say yes, if that's your normal, because I think there's got to be some give there of like, this is your land, and for you to treat it as you normally would, then I would say for that specific instance that I wouldn't have heartburn over a landowner using his land, even if it was for hunting.
Absolutely. Would the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association lose any permits according to this current rule, or the new rule being proposed based on the calculations?
So that's a hard one because like I said, that last motion that we were given by the board made things a little bit different, but Diamond Mountain has traditionally always just done the acreage calculations. So
essentially they're
the same. I
100%.
mean, yeah, if that one threw it off, it might be different, 1 or 2 going forward, but otherwise, yeah, it would be, they've always played by the acreage rule.
I've got 2 more.
Okay, 2 more. I'm gonna hold you to it.
What suggestions or solutions have been brought forth by opposed LOAs and those that have spoken against this rule change?
Yeah, mostly if you've followed the RAC, really, it feels like to me that there's just been 2 options, which one is our proposal and the other is that they choose who gets to enter their land out of the public. I haven't through the RAC process, we haven't discussed any other options on that.
So opposition with no solution or suggested solution is what you're saying?
I think the solution would be to more keep it how it was, I guess. Yeah,
Is this program completely voluntary?
yes,
So if a landowner does not want public hunters, can they withdraw and charge trespass?
yes. And for the record, that was 3 more questions.
You're right. I got 2 more. No.
You can ask as many as you want, really.
Chad, could you clarify in the prior rule, what the access requirement was 1-to-1?
Yeah, so
And-
it's actually, I want to correct you because I've done this too, and I hope I haven't
Okay.
done it tonight. It's the current rule, not the prior rule.
The current rule, that's right, because we haven't
Yes,
changed
yes.
any. The
Yes.
current rule says if you get 10 vouchers, you're to designate 10 other people and let them on at your choice, correct?
Yeah.
And that's a rule unless you have a waiver,
A variance, yeah.
a variance, which is, so what we ran into as a committee, is it okay if I jump in here and kind of bounce around? I better not say most, many LOAs around the state have not allowed access. And they have not had, no, I'm not talking about Diamond Mountain. I'm just saying, Ponsegont, hopefully there's nobody from Ponsegont here. Oh, there is. All right, let me think of another one, let's just say there was all kinds of situations around the state. Some of it was not ag land, very valuable ag land. It was just acres, so they could count it and get tags. You know what I mean? Well, it may, but I'm just saying there was all these situations. I mean, tags have got so valuable that from the business standpoint, they weren't farming cattle or elk, taking their choice. They were farming the program. I mean, if I may say it that way. When you start talking deer tags in excess of $40,000, which is what I heard some.
This is a business. So we need
It absolutely is a business. And I'm not trying to debate that. I'm just saying, there was all kinds of, when Daniel asked these questions, there was all kinds of different situations around the state, and wonder why the wildlife board was frustrated. It was all over the place. And I just wanted to clarify that all the other locked gates in the state on LOAs have been breaking the rule.
Yeah, we have had reports for sure of specific landowners that even though they're in the program would not allow access. Yeah. So, and in fairness, the LOA may, so certain members, but certain members were not in that LOA.
Right. Yeah, it was varied everywhere.
Chairman, I'm confused. Are we still in the question phase?
Yes, we're still in the
Okay,
question, and I got off on a tangent, looked
Okay,
like I
thank
wasn't
you.
going to let it happen.
Thank you. I probably have as many questions as Daniel, and I won't want to take too much time because a lot of folks here have other questions too. Could you explain to us what the purpose of the landowner voucher when it began 20 some odd years ago? What issues were present at that time that the landowner voucher program was designed to mitigate?
Yeah, so a lot of it's to build tolerance for landowners to tolerate wildlife or even to incentivize them to have wildlife on their properties.
Was the depredation to mitigate depredation issues, was that part of the original purpose?
There has been that's a hard question because it was in 98, but I believe there are certain situations where it was. Just to be clear, in LOAs, there's a lot of rangeland, which we don't pay any depredation to. So it's hard to say that it was all for depredation when there's rangeland in there that we weren't paying on to. But but I would say that there were instances too that it was to help alleviate that depredation.
But many of the LOAs do have irrigated cultivated cropland, correct?
Yeah, they have both.
And this was designed to help mitigate those.
Yeah, in some instances, yeah.
Okay. Would you say it was somewhat effective in mitigating, or very effective, or not effective at all in mitigating those depredation issues with the landowner?
Yeah, I think it's been effective. I'd have to look at it unit by unit, but I know like the Ponsagant is one that we don't really pay any depredation on year after year. I don't know a lot of the other ones, but I would think that it'd be safe to say that our depredation payments are lower when we have an LOA.
When the landowners LOAs accept the voucher program and enter it, can they ask for other depredation costs if they receive the vouchers? Or-
Currently, yeah, and currently we have some that do. So they get compensation from the Landowner Association program and from depredation program.
But they primarily do not ask for that. They accept the vouchers in lieu of the other financial.
Yes, most do. Correct.
Most do.
Yeah.
Okay. Do the biologists in each of the areas, the DWR biologists, do they have a pretty good handle on what the utilization is on private lands within those units?
That's a hard question because we have biologists that have been around for a really long time in their unit, and we have some that are brand new. I'd say the brand new ones probably are still, and this comes from being a biologist. It takes a few years to learn. The ones that have been around longer probably have a better idea, but you also cover a huge area or areas as a biologist. So it is difficult to be everywhere.
Right. Would that be under the scope of the responsibility of a biologist to have to kind of see or to have a good handle or at least try to understand the percent of utilization in a unit on private lands?
A lot of
Would
what
that
we
be under this scope?
A lot of what we do is population management. So when they're looking at a unit, they're trying to make sure that the metrics that we've agreed to manage to, that those metrics are being met. So to have an idea where the animals are, yeah, they probably, I mean, they do deer classifications, they do elk flights. So yeah, there's, I would say, as you go through that process as a biologist, you do see the distribution of animals.
Okay. So from what you're saying, part of the reason for this proposal and mandating that public access to, or that private access to certain public draw hunters, my microphone keeps cutting out, but is because you stated that you haven't been able to track that public access on private lands in the current rule. You haven't been able to track that the private landowners have been allowing that access. Is that correct? That's part of the reason for the mandate is so the DWR can track and assure that public access is occurring.
That is part of it. And I would say that the other part is, as I mentioned earlier, that this is a public resource that belongs to everybody. And one of our guiding principles is for access for all. And so it was also a fairness because we know that there was LOAs that were allowing access, but a lot of that access is to family members or friends or community members that drew, and like just your random guy that's putting in essentially had no access to LOA lands because of that. And so we wanted to make it so there was a fairness there and that there was access for all public hunters.
So, and Daniel got to this too. So the DWR has a post-hunt survey, a required post-hunt survey for hunters in limited entry units. So it would be incorrect to say the DWR does not have a system to track that because those questions could have been and could be enacted in that post-hunt survey, correct? So there was a system in place to track that private land access.
Yeah, it wasn't, so I guess potentially we could do that. And if that was something we could, going forward, we could ask that. I don't know if we would also ask if it wasn't randomly selected, I guess we could ask if they were family members, but, or if they had a relationship with that. So I get what you're getting at, and it fixes one problem, but it doesn't, in my mind, I don't know that it would fix just the random access that everybody would have access to it.
Okay. So under this proposal, if a public draw hunter was related to a private landowner, or let me phrase that a little different. If I am a member of an LOA, I'm not, but if I was, and my brother drew a tag from the public draw in that unit, I allowed him, that would not be counted as access. I couldn't, right, that you would not consider that. You cannot count family as access, as
they're-
access from the public draw. Because what you're trying to do with this mandate is you're trying to pull pressure off the public lands and make that more on the private lands. But under this, I don't believe that landowner would be, it would count if you allowed a family member to hunt, even though they drew out of the normal pool.
Yeah, I'd say that this isn't to try to alleviate pressure by any means. It's not trying to distribute those hunters from public land to private land. It's to try to give an equity to public hunters to have the ability to hunt private land if that is something that they wanted to do. And to answer your question, if that family member was one of the ones that ranked high, then absolutely it would count. But otherwise, no, it would be, the whole point of this is to try to get that random and everybody have that opportunity. That's what's driving this.
So if a hunter that was allowed access to private land through this proposal, they was one of the lucky people that drew the access to private lands. And for whatever reason, they were misbehaving. Could the landowner remove those individuals? Would the DWR law enforcement be responsible to remove those individuals? How would that law enforcement component exactly look? The law enforcement could not write a citation because they did not violate any law under statute. They only violated the LOA rules. So how, if the DWR asked that individual to leave and not come back, how would you enforce that?
Yeah, so it would be in conjunction with the landowner. So if they were breaking a rule and then it was determined, okay, yeah, you're done, you don't get to access that anymore. I think to your point, like, I don't know that we're telling him with a law enforcement officer to ensure that he doesn't step foot on it ever again. But it would be, I guess it'd be like, we would ask him to leave if he was at that point. If he returned back on, then he is trespassing. He's been notified that he's not to be on that private land, and it would be looking at trespass charges on that.
So how would you show, because not all OAs, not all private land in a unit is a part of an LOA. Some private land are not part of an LOA. So how would you distinguish and show those private lands that are not part of an LOA, that those are off limits? Would you map that every LOA out, and would you adjust that map continually for private lands that are in the LOA, not in the LOA? Or if a hunter enters private land that is not in the LOA and you have granted access to private land, what recourse does that landowner have?
This would grant to the ones that are enrolled in the LOA. So we'd send out a map saying, these are the lands that are enrolled in the LOA. Otherwise, it defaults to our trespass laws. So I think you have to post corners, crossings, and if a private landowner posts those and then they trespass, then they would be in a trespass violation. If they don't post it, like there's a lot of private landowners that don't post their property and they don't care if people come. So if they don't post it, that's in Utah currently, that's allowing people to cross it. But absolutely, if they're not in the LOA and they don't want trespassers and they have it posted, then would be looking at prosecuting them.
So the DWR would be responsible to make those maps for each LOA every year and
No,
make sure those are current.
no, the landowner association is responsible for that.
And then they would submit that to you and you would put it in a packet.
Yeah, we'd get that out to the,
And if there was a mistake on that,
we would verify it. So if the landowner, like, if the landowner association is, if they made a mistake on it, is that what you're saying? Because that's who would provide it. And we would verify that to the best of our ability, but that is created by the landowner association.
that seems like you're inviting some potential disasters right there. So and maybe Mr. Maynard can answer this question. So if the private landowner is talking to a hunter that the state mandated have access to his private land, if they told that individual they could go down a road that maybe they say that's a good road to go down, go ahead and use that. The night before the rainstorm come through, washed a big hole in that road, they go hit it with their ATV and break their neck. Mr. Maynard, in his description of the liability, said that as something to the effect that if there wasn't a notion that if the landowner didn't present a notion of no harm or whatever, but if he said that road was good and he went down it and he broke his neck, to what Mr. Maynard said, I don't believe that falls under the liability protection of the state. So would the landowners have to be very, very careful to watch what they said to these hunters to stay out of the liability issue? Because if they said that road was good, it should be fine. Under what you said, I don't see how they're protected. Can you answer that?
Chad, do you want me to chime in?
Yeah, we're waiting for you.
Sorry. No, that's a great question, and that's a really good scenario to lay out there, because it does raise a kind of an interesting situation. So under kind of the blanket terms of the landowner liability statute, the landowner, by just allowing someone on their property, is not making a representation that the land is safe.
But that's not my question.
Right.
My question is, in the course of a conversation,
Sure.
you said they, by allowing hunters in, they're not making the proclamation that the land is safe. But in normal conversation, they make a statement to such an effect that in this example, the road is safe. That hunter goes down that road and breaks his neck in a hole that the landowner didn't know was there. What is his
Absolutely. And I apologize. I usually take 10 words to say what should take 3 words. But to get to your point, there's an exception to this statute. And a landowner could be liable for a willful or malicious. Let me pull up the statute. It is a willful or malicious failure to guard against a dangerous condition, a deliberate willful or malicious injury to a person, or an injury suffered where a landowner of the land charges the person to enter there. So with that scenario, the landowner in and all their knowledge is saying that that road is good. And to their knowledge, if that road is good, I don't know if it falls to a willful or malicious conduct. Now, I will say I'm just the wildlife attorney and I don't practice personal injury law. And this came up last night, and someone can always sue. But for me, that line looks like the line between I did this on purpose and you acting in good faith as a landowner. And in that scenario, it sounds like if you're, as far as you know, that road is good, then I still feel like the landowner liability statute covers that.
There would probably be more risk for the private voucher, saying that to the private voucher guy, where they did pay money. There'd probably be more liability on that than there is the public guy. Is that correct, Kyle?
Can you repeat that, Chad?
Just the private voucher guy that paid to be on there, if that same scenario happened there, then there's a way, like then there probably is that ability.
But under that scenario, the landowner could still be sued. Like you just said, there's no protection against the suit. They could still be sued, whether they won or lost, who knows, but they
Right.
could still be sued.
There's no upfront prevention of someone suing you. There are mechanisms in place in court to deter people from frivolous lawsuits, but someone
So
can
would
always
the-
initiate it.
Would the state cover the cost of that lawsuit for the landowner?
You know, that scenario has so many different variables to it that I don't even think we can speculate on it. Again, you're talking about
Probably-
a spectrum
probably-
between
Yeah.
frivolous to intentional. And so I don't know if that's a good scenario to speculate on. But I do want to reiterate what Chad said too. There is a difference between public and private vouchers. And this is not something that's changed in the rule, in this current rule proposal. This is something that exists now with the statute, that there's not an exemption for trespass fees or for selling a voucher. And that's something that if the LOAs want to propose this to the local legislature or work with the division, we can work to try to fix that. But that's currently how the system and where there's potential liability now.
I would say too, just if I can jump in real quick, is that goes back to that earlier question that would be okay with landowners having them sign a liability waiver. Because that same risk, we're talking about public hunters that have free access, but if your brother did the same thing, there's still, or your friend or anybody, like anybody that's not charged has that same ability, right? So we would be fine with them, with landowners covering themselves with a liability waiver.
So what you're saying is, even though the state is going to mandate these hunters, the landowners, the state's not basically guaranteeing the liability coverage that the landowners, through this mandate, the landowners would still have to find some type of way of covering themselves.
If that made, what I'm saying is if it made them feel more comfortable, then we would welcome that. We feel like they are protected under this.
So I'm a rancher. I make my living strictly by that. To be sued, whether that individual won or lost the suit against me, just the money to pay to cover a lawsuit would probably break me. Is the state aware of that?
So, and I guess to get to the point, I mean, this is one of those things. It's the crux of this, right? If you're not comfortable with this, then maybe it is not the program for you to be in. So if you're a landowner and you really have all of these concerns, then maybe you don't participate in the LOA, and we try to work with you in a different way.
I appreciate you stating that, because that brings me into my next question. So you stated that the DWR gives big to the landowners. Do the landowners give anything for wildlife?
Yeah.
Do the landowners, how would you rate the landowners give to wildlife, public hunting, how would you rate their give? Apparently, you say the DWR is giving big, so you're going to ask big. What level do you believe that the landowners are giving now?
I believe most are giving big. That are in the LOA program, they are, yeah.
Okay, so if you're asking big and they're giving big currently, what's this proposal about again?
The biggest thing that in our survey that the public hunter wanted was access. So the biggest thing that we're asking for is access. I know that they do a lot of other good things for wildlife, but much like a lot of people in here are really frustrated with a mandated access to private land, we have people on the other side that are just as frustrated that they don't get any access to those private lands. And so that's why we were asking that's the two extremes, right? I don't want anybody that I don't know on my land. And the other one saying, I don't want any private landowner to have a single voucher. We have many people that don't want landowners to have vouchers. And so we're trying to say, okay, if you allow access, we give vouchers, or if we give vouchers, you allow access, and try to marry those two.
Okay, so if does this current proposal recognize the difference in LOAs as far as some LOAs are going to have lands that are going to attract wildlife more than other LOAs, and so the utilization is going to be different? Does this current proposal address that?
So we know that private land is utilized differently. It's very difficult to, well, we would have to have a lot more staff and a lot more dedicated to analyze every single property in every single LOA. One thing that we've given the ability to LOAs.
But your biologists primarily have a pretty good idea, as you stated before.
Of every single one.
Not pretty good idea.
Well, you have 150 in this LOA to know what's happening on every one. But what we do is give the ability back to the LOA. It's like, here's your vouchers. If you're an LOA and you have land that's more valuable, then give them an extra benefit. That they have that ability to do that themselves.
To ask for more vouchers?
Well, not to ask for more vouchers from us, but to divvy out those vouchers, or if they sell the vouchers, the money, however they want to do it, they have that ability to do that within themselves. On
So
the ones that
would
are
you
more
say
valuable.
this one size fits all proposal to strictly go by percentage of land within the unit may not be fair, because some LOAs may have vegetation or whatever that may attract a higher number of big game species, wildlife species. So therefore their utilization may be much more than another LOA. So would you say that this proposal would be fair, even knowing that some of those LOAs are going to have a much higher percentage of utilization?
In a perfect world, we'd know where every animal is at every time. Habitat changes over time, fires happen, distribution changes. There's a lot of things. To be 100% fair in every aspect of life at all times, I don't know if that's even an achievable goal. But
you stated the current system was
I'd
not
like to
fair.
interrupt and
Mr. Prevedel, you
Well,
was commenting.
we're at a point where we're trying to clarify the proposal, and I'm seeing it just go off into a debate. You're welcome to, when we go to comments, you're welcome to say, I don't like this, I do like this, and move it on. But we have a lot of opportunity for questions from the audience.
I think I'm clarifying a lot of the questions that the audience would have. You can ask them.
That's what I'd like to do. And if they're covered, then they maybe won't ask them. But I would like to, we've got all this opportunity for the audience to comment. So I don't want to get this off on a long debate on the what ifs, if that's possible.
I don't believe I was commenting. I believe I was asking questions.
So try to wrap it.
Is my time now up? Am I now limited? Are we limited on our time?
Pardon me?
So is my time now up? Are we limited on our
Um,
time?
Do you have any specific questions that you didn't address there?
I do, but if in the rules, I'm limited on
Go
time.
ahead and do a
No,
few more.
I'm okay. I'm finished.
Okay.
Move forward.
All right, I'll open it up to questions from the audience for Chad. Jim, would you please state your name at the microphone that's gone. Go ahead, Jim.
Chad. And
Yes,
your
sir.
last name is?
Wilson,
My name is Jim Drollinger.
nice to meet you.
I have 5,250 acres on Diamond Mountain. Private. I paid for that privately. I pay property taxes on it. And so for the general public to think they have rights on my private land is quite disturbing, especially since 70% of the land in Utah is public. Why do they want to encroach on the poor little few of us left that pay all the bills? And then as I listen to you, and maybe it's just because I'm old and slow, what you guys are saying is so damn convoluted. So I'd like to take you through one process and it'll be my example. It's a real life example, okay? Then it should point out so all of us can understand what you're really saying. Number one, 5,250 private acres. It's always been there. I've owned some of it for 50 years. Then you make a comment that where a lot is given, a lot is expected. Was that your comment? I want you to repeat it.
Yes, it was.
What does it say?
That when we give a lot, well, then we ask a lot.
Okay. Now let's go through who gives what first. You could go to my property anytime in the summer and find between 600 and 700 head of elk on my private place. And that doesn't count the deer. Okay? Wouldn't that be giving? I think I gave first. And so the old program was so ingenious because it covered these things. So 5,250 acres, I'm feeding hundreds of animals. And you know why I feed them? I tried to practice good agricultural practices. So we cross fence all the pastures. We do it in 1 month segments so that we rotate the cattle into a new pasture every month, which allows the property to seed down. Half the property each year seeds down totally so that there's more grass for the animals, the deer and the elk and our cows the next year. You with me? Okay. The elk are not stupid. So what do? Anybody, any farmer here understand what they do? The elk. Where's the elk? They're not with the cows. Where are they? It's in the pasture that you're moving to next. So your animals get the premier prime feed off of my ranch. It's given. I can't fix it. And in droughts, the cattle have to come home early to protect your livestock. And you're telling me I haven't given before you? Answer that. I got to know.
No, I didn't say. I never said that you didn't give.
And you say where much is given, much is expected. Hell, we're
Yeah.
the givers. We're giving. I hate to tell you what this costs us on 5,000 acres to feed your animals. Now, I understand that my property is more prime for the game. I understand that. And somebody brought that up. That's why I have these massive herds of your animals, because it's perfect for elk and deer. And that's where they live. They don't go in the timber. They come out and stay the pasture ahead of my cows. You with me?
Yeah.
So the old programs were to allow the farmer a few tags to sell to pay for the feed that's already been given. We've given it. All those permits was a way for us to get you to give it back. Now, if I understand your new proposal, I'm going to give you numbers. So write them down because I want answers. We all want answers. I get 2 bull permits and 3 buck deer. That's what I get every year. Okay. I sell those permits for enough money to pay for the feed that your animals eat. Now, why are they your animals? Because we all know in 1970, or 71, excuse me, the state passed an order that all game belonged to the state of Utah. Well, if you own them, you own them. We don't own them.
You're part of the state of Utah. So yeah,
No, the
everybody
state of
here
Utah owns them, not my private property. I pay taxes. Okay. The state of Utah, they collect it. There's a whole different scenario here. So we were able to sell enough tags to pay for the feed. So we were happy to do it. And we're fine with it the way it is. Okay. It's not a moneymaker. Time we fix your fences, fix the ponds that are ruined, the wells, and drill wells for your animals, it pays for the feed. That's what it does. It's okay. Now I get this thing comes out in a draft form, and it's damn hard to understand. So everybody here, listen to what he says. I've got 5 tags total. Okay. If I understand what I read and you help me with it, because that's why I'm here. If I take one of those tags, 1 out of the 5, or I can take 5, the answer is the same. I have to open my private property to the same amount of tags that the LOA has. So because my property has the prime animals, I could, in theory, have 90 hunters. Do the math. It's 51 something and so many out. I think it's 90 something hunters.
Yeah, and I would say, just to clarify, whether you get a tag or not, it would be opened up. Because what we're having is some people that were in LOAs would not allow a single person to ever access. And that is the part that we're trying to fix.
Now say that again.
That people in other LOAs, they would be enrolled in it, and people would come and ask, can I hunt your ground? And they would say no. And they never allowed, even though the LOA may have allowed access, certain individual landowners in there wouldn't.
Okay, but you're paying us for feed, okay? Now you're forcing us to open private land for regular public hunters that 70% of the state of Utah they can access. They don't pay taxes on my property. They don't. They never made one payment for me. Not one in all these years. And so now let's say I drop out. I say to hell with it. I withdraw the LOA. Am I still burdened with something you're throwing at me? Do I have to let anybody come in that wants?
No, if you're not in the LOA, no.
So if I don't get in the LOA, if I refuse to take a tag, one of the 5 tags, right? I'm not involved. But can I be in the LOA or do I drop out of the LOA? And then I listen to you guys talking, and this thing is a logistic nightmare. You can't police it. We can't police it. How do you expect us to police 5,250 acres for trespass liability. And we've lived this before, killing the cows, shooting the horses, breaking into the cabins. And this is private property. Okay. So give me just a second with him. I'd like to finish. So you with me there? Now let's go back to how this thing started. I was the first giver. I feed your animals. How am I going to get compensated? Because that's all I care about. I could care less about a tag, deer or elk. Once you own land with these on, it's not fun anymore to hunt. It just isn't. You know where they're at. It's more like shooting ducks on a pond. And one day I went buck hunting. There was a 4-point buck in the corral. You lose everything. Now, the first thing we give was the feed. In my case, for around 700 elk. And I'll count the deer for you if you want, but it's hundreds. How do I get compensated? That's all I care about.
And I'm not familiar enough with your ground. Is it rangeland? Or is it?
It's rangeland. It's Diamond Mountain, rotated pastures, fenced in pastures. It's managed cattle range.
Yeah, so there's strategies that we could work with, but we could give you some cow elk vouchers.
I don't want cow elk. I want cash to pay for the feed that my cows can't eat.
Then we could go and try to, well, I don't know. I don't know if we can. I'm going to stop on that one before I say something that we can't do. But
what I'm telling you is what I'm hearing, it
question,
just
please?
scares the hell out of me as a private landowner. And I grew up in America. I thought we had property rights. I get to the dictionary today. It says if you're a private property owner, you got rights. You don't have to let people in on you. You do not.
You're absolutely right. You do not. And
So-
you don't have to be part of the LOA program. Like, that's a choice. And also, if we want to talk about the history, when the United States was founded, it was founded that the wildlife belonged to everybody as well.
Not exactly. And there's one other thing you said that isn't right. You said that
Jim, can we wrap it up, please?
I'll wrap it up, but you can tell this is
I
pretty
understand.
sensitive to us.
I understand
You're
that.
messing with our livelihoods.
I understand that exactly. I just want to give everybody the
Okay.
opportunity.
And I want everybody to have it, but I just need answers from you, how we get paid for what we gave already, what we gave up front. And the state of Utah doesn't say that the animals, wildlife belongs to the government. The state of Utah said in 1971, the wild animals belong to Utah. That's what it says. It doesn't say to everybody. It says to the state of Utah. So pay to feed them. That's all I care about.
I'm sorry, I got off on a tangent. I want to give everybody opportunity, and I'm not very good at managing this, as you can tell. I'm out of my comfort zone, big time. I will clarify one thing I heard there. The 5 tags that Jim gets, we have no idea. Because we give 51 deer tags and 32 elk tags on, well, that's up to you guys. How you split them, we have no idea. Okay, hold on just a second. So from a DWR, I'm not picking sides here. I'm saying from a DWR perspective, they're giving 83 tags to compensate for the tolerance of the livestock.
If I allow trespass.
Well, that's the new proposal, okay?
Why?
Hold on, that's the new proposal. Whether you get 5 or half of them because you have half the elk, that's up to the LOA. That's your internal workings, or you sell them all and you divide the money. That's strictly up to the LOA. But where we're getting confused here, when Chad's saying we give a lot and we expect a lot, he's talking about giving a lot of vouchers, which is 83, which if you do the math, I don't think any of the vouchers are worth less than $10,000. Well, whatever they're worth, it's a lot of money.
Mr. Chairman, I
Um,
think we're still in the question phase for the public. I believe us
Yes.
as a RAC have
So-
a comment phase for the RAC.
So let's move on to questions from the public where we were. Is there any other questions? Could you take the microphone and state your name, please? And keep in mind, we're still going to have opportunity to state your comments. This is for questions. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Tanya Lofthouse. I have a question to you. Clarify, so for instance, if we get 50 tags for Diamond Mountain and you private, 50 public people can hunt. So those 50 tags, is it just those 50 landowner tags that are required to have a hunter come on their land? Or is it everybody in the AOL, even if they didn't have a tag that year?
Yeah, under the current proposal, it'd be everybody that's enrolled in the LOA.
And that's why I think I mean, if this is something that maybe some landowners feel, there's a lot of landowners that don't get a tag every year. And so why should they have to have the private or the public come on and hunt the year that they didn't even get a tag? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
mean,
see what you're getting at.
Just a question.
Yeah, and I would just say that it's just the idea is that the LOA, so the private vouchers can hunt the whole entire unit, right? They can hunt all the public land. They can hunt all the. Well, currently
I don't think so.
they
No.
can. The private hunters that you sell vouchers to, they can hunt all of the public land in that unit.
Their own property.
They only get a hunt.
No,
Based on LOA.
yeah,
Based on your LOA agreement, that's correct. But by
Really?
rule, they've been allowed to hunt all
All.
LOA property.
Well, that's new to me.
but under the new proposal, it'd be all LOA property. But if you sell a private voucher currently, that private voucher doesn't have to stay on the LOA. He can hunt all of the public land on the whole entire unit. And at least the person that got that voucher is the way it currently reads. The proposal going forward would be that they could hunt all of the private enrolled in the LOA and all of the public. So all we're trying to do here is trying to make this equal. Like if you have a private voucher and you can hunt the whole entire unit, those private guys can hunt the public and the private, then there should be the public people that can hunt the same. That's the idea and the premise behind it.
Next question from the public.
My name's Kurt Wood. I'm going to speak to SFW's part of this proposal later, but I'm just talking for myself right now. Chad, you and I have had a number of conversations about this situation. I would just like to first say I appreciate the landowners and the access that has been given. I know that I've talked to a number of people on Diamond, and there is access being given. And I've been the recipient of that through Hunts for the Brave. We take some veterans in that, and we've generous landowners have helped out our veterans, and I appreciate that. My questions are, in the RACs, and I've listened to most of them, do you have a sense of what landowner associations are going to stay and what landowner associations may drop out if this new proposal is put in place?
Honestly, like if I had a guess, and I guess that's what you're asking. If I had a guess, I think Diamond would probably be the only one that would drop out. Maybe the Book Cliffs. I mean, there might. I'll be honest. The ones that I've only had like 3 or 4 through this whole process even reach out to me. So it's kind of hard. You hear some stuff from other people, but
You know how that, you have a speculation on how that would affect a limited entry unit?
there could be effect. I mean, we want to still work with landowners. If the choice was for them to drop out, we'd still want to work with them. But if part of it, I mean, part of what I'm hearing tonight is that there's too many animals out there, and if we needed to change hunt strategies to help alleviate some of that, then we could change hunt strategies whether it was general season or lower the objective, or like there's a lot of different ways that we can do to go forward and work with the private landowners.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, Chad. I'm Whitney Hewlett-Krogh. I'm here representing Diamond Mountain. We've talked a lot, you and I, over the past couple weeks about this idea that the landowners associations can come up with rules and guidelines. And I think in the rules, that's all it says, is that the landowners associations can come up with rules and guidelines. This procedure that you've talked about and the DWR, sending it to the hunters that draw the right numbers and having them contact the LOAs, that's all not in the rule. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct.
The other thing that's not in the rule is any kind of enforcement mechanism for these rules and obligations. And I think a few members of the board have touched on this, that how do we expect the police to enforce a private agreement? And so my question, I'm sorry, that's all lead up to a question. My question is in the CWMU statute, they do have an enforcement mechanism. And I've pulled that, I can pull up. So, and this is by statute, not by rule. So this was the legislature that created the CWMU program. And in that statute, it says that basically the landowners can kick somebody off. So they have a statutory right to kick somebody off. And it says in here the reasons why they can kick someone off. So even if they have the right tag, you can kick that person off if they're not carrying their permit, if they endanger or have endangered human safety, if they have damaged or have damaged private property within that unit, or if they have failed to comply with reasonable rules of a landowner association. So my question is we have a model for an enforcement mechanism in the statute for the CWMUs. Why was that not put into the rule for the landowner associations?
That's something that we could add. I think we'd be comfortable adding that language in there if it helped people feel more comfortable. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of our conversation. That's what I've been saying is like, we don't want bad actors on private lands either. Like, we want to help protect that as much as we can. So if it makes people feel more comfortable, then I mean, that could be a recommendation that the RAC takes. And if the board accepted it, we'd be happy to add that similar language.
Was that discussed in this committee? Was that ever something that was addressed as some kind of enforcement mechanism?
We talked about having similar rules as the CWMU. We didn't go back and look specifically at the CWMU statute. But then I would say that the intent of the committee was to have it be as you stated and to follow that. Yeah.
Okay, and I hope this isn't an offensive question, but as we've talked about a lot of things that you've said the way you think things will be. So, you know, what rules might be allowed, but really all the rule says is, you know, these rules are subject to approval by the DWR. So my question is, all of these things you're saying, like, how binding is that? Like, how much can we rely on? This is why I think it might be an offensive question. I'm sorry, I'm not calling you a liar, but just how much, I mean, what power do you have to say things that aren't in the rule and have us all rely on that for purposes of deciding whether this rule should pass?
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing. Like I guess there is part that's trust there, right? Of working with people or trust or lack of trust, I guess, whichever way you want to put it. We could strengthen the language in the rule too, to say, you know, that these rules are going to go through the RAC and board process. And that at that point in time, it's part of the COR that would be given out. And so it would be binding. So I would be comfortable adding language to the rule saying such.
And is that in order to have that kind of language considered by the board? Is that something that the RAC would have to propose through a motion?
Yeah, I guess the board would ultimately have to make a motion on it, but this RAC could make that recommendation. And so when it goes to the board, they can say, we made this motion with the caveat that additional language be added in both of those categories. And then it would be up to the board whether they adopted it or not, but they could make that recommendation.
All right, my last question is about the table that you had up of the committee members, and you had written landowner by a lot of them. What kind of land qualifies somebody? I mean, did they have to own rangeland? Did they have to own cropland? I mean, is a house plot enough? Like, what qualified somebody to be called a landowner on there?
There were some blanks, so I think it's not just somebody who owns a
Well,
house.
there's
So
a
it
lot of
was-
renters in the world.
Yeah, but no, those are people that own, and I don't know specifically every one of them, but they're people that own a decent amount of land. Probably some of those with rangeland. I think some have cropland as well.
But you don't know what the cutoff was for like how many acres or like what qualifies somebody as a landowner?
No, it would just be, I would say that it was enough significance. It wasn't like just a small, I would say, I don't know. I don't know what that cutoff is, but it was a significant amount.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have other questions? If not, we can roll into the comments. You have a question? Please do.
Some of the questions I had have been answered. So I'm going to kind of have to pick and choose here, but if the Diamond Landowner Association chose not to allow public hunters on their private property, they no longer receive vouchers, is that correct?
Yeah, well, under this proposal, if they
That's what
didn't,
yeah, we're talking about the proposal.
yeah, under this proposal, if they chose not to allow public access, then they wouldn't be allowed in the program, I guess.
They wouldn't receive any vouchers, right?
Right. They wouldn't
Right.
be
So
part
we'd
of
be
the
able
LOA.
to say, so let's say that 60% of the Diamond Mountain owners decide not to let public on their property. What happens to the limited entry?
As of now, it'd still be limited entry. Like I was saying earlier, I think that would be a discussion that if there's not a LOA any longer on the unit and there's frustration with too many animals or whatnot, then we would meet with landowners and try to decide what a good management practice is going forward with the landowners.
Before we had to have at least 60% to be able to have a limited entry. And now it doesn't matter how many we have, we still have a limited entry.
No, you still need 50%. So if,
Well, I'm saying if we had 60 drop out, that's why I'm kind of
Yeah.
questioning what you're saying. I'm not following you. So we'd only have 40% that want to go for it. And you're going to still say it's going to still be a limited entry.
it could be limited entry, there wouldn't be a LOA anymore. But we have limited entry units throughout the state that don't have LOAs on them. So
Okay.
you can have a limited entry unit and not have an LOA.
Okay, what about the ground, all the private ground that's not in it? Do you pay mitigation and declaration on that property? Once we're out of this deal?
We don't pay on rangeland. We fix fences and we do on agricultural land is where
Okay.
we make payments.
And that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, if we requested the animals off our property, what would you do about that?
So that would be more of a strategy of probably changing the management strategy at that point and trying to have more opportunity. It would still be somewhat of a cooperative thing.
With who?
With the DWR and hunters, because
The hunter?
to get them off your land, I guess the most effective way, especially for elk, is with hunting pressure. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things that we could work through, and it'd be really hard in this meeting to go through each specific scenario. But yeah, we'd be talking with all the landowners and trying to determine what's the best route to help out.
So, and what we got, okay, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That's okay. My other question is on this new proposal. Could you tell me where the board and the DWR came up with the legal authority to coerce us into opening up our private land? Can you quote that for me or tell me where we can find it? I've not been able to see where the law
Yeah.
says that you can do that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy one because
Okay.
there is no coercion. This is a voluntary program. So it's if you want to be part of the program, then as return, then you follow the rules of the program. If If you don't want to allow any public access, then you don't need to be part of the program.
Okay, but you have the authority to make that type of a rule and then enforce it. Is that what you tell us?
Yeah, we can, yeah, we make rules.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure I've got a lot to learn. I don't figure, sometimes I have a difficult time following you guys, but okay, we appreciate that. Thank you.
If there's no specific questions, we'll have Miles talk about the public comments that came in from the online. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, on the electronic comments, I think we had about 34 of those comments come in, by far the most of any of the different regions. And so it was pretty, well, it wasn't across the board. It was pretty, basically 25 of those votes or comments strongly disagreed with the proposal. And I think many of those comments were probably from folks in this room or associates with the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association. 3 folks somewhat disagreed with the proposal. 1 somewhat agreed, and then there were 5 that strongly agreed. So just to kind of give some of the specific comments that people made electronically, and I'll make maybe some of the points that people made that were supportive. And one of the persons commented they didn't feel that landowner tags should be able to hunt both private and public land. Someone supported landowner association tags only being used on private lands. And then somebody said that the proposal leveled the playing field for average Joes in hunting opportunity. Now the comments against, and I think we'll hear a bunch of these coming forward, and I think some of that's already been relayed through questions, but people are concerned about private property rights and being required to allow public access. I think that was one of the biggest themes for all those comments. There's concerns about property damage, gates left open, etc. Concerns about liability if someone's injured on the property. People didn't feel a one-size-fits-all approach was the best for landowner associations. And finally, the last person, one of the specific comments, supported leaving things the way they were. Now, there were a lot of paragraphs in some of those comments. It's just kind of overall the theme. The RAC members are all able to see those comments and look them over. So that's the basis for the electronic comments. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, before we go into comment period, will you entertain a motion for a recess?
Yes.
I make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess.
Passes unanimous. we are at the point where we're gonna take the cards and do public comment. I will again ask you to stay within your 3 minutes. And if it's been stated several times, I don't want to take anybody's opportunity to speak away, but if you could say, yes, I agree, and it's already been said or whatever, and you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes if it's already been stated. That's my point. So we'll just randomly pull Raquel Nash. Raquel's, okay.
Yeah. That's what they said.
And actually, Jesse Nash is on there also. What did they say? There's a lag time?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
You think I can call out what five?
Yeah, maybe we'll still give them the opportunity to speak, but is Randy and Darcy, I believe it says Simmons. Are you in the room?
They're right outside.
They're right outside also. Okay. They would be next. Hello, could you please state your name and then feel free to start commenting.
My name's Jesse Nash. We've got 20 acres up on Diamond Mountain. That's the Butch Cassidy lot. I just want to say that everybody in this room, whenever I've had deer tags, I've never been denied. So anybody that says that they have been denied, I don't believe that they've called the people. Because for the most part, everybody in this room, I maybe got told that they had hunters there, give them a couple of days, but I've never had anybody tell me no. And so I want to put that statement out there that most people on Diamond Mountain, if you call them and respect their land, they're good about letting you on. That's all I got.
Thank you.
So can I start out with a question, actually? Oh, my name's Raquel Nash, representing myself in the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association. But can I start out with a question? If we're going to be required to allow the public to access our private land, are they going to receive the right to camp on it?
I believe I can answer that. Depends on the rule that you have for the vouchers that you sell. If they're not allowed to camp, then the public does not need to be allowed to camp.
Okay, so personally, even being part of the Diamond Mountain Landowners Owners Association, we have a smaller portion of land, haven't received hunting vouchers in over a decade. So because I have no vouchers to sell, does that give them the right to still access and camp and do as they will?
I'll try to answer that in chat. If I don't get it right, you can help me. Access is part of any of the land that's signed up in the LOA.
Okay.
The camping, the ATV use, all the other things, it depends on what the rules of the ATV, of the LOA are. And if that's not allowed by the other hunters, then the public won't be allowed to do that.
So that's
either.
determined by the Landowners Association?
Yes, it's trying to make it an equal playing field.
Okay, so my my comment was primarily for my concern is for the detrimental result of what's going to happen with the private property. It is private property. I have to agree with Drollinger that, you know, we pay the taxes on it. We pay for the property. Now we're, in a sense, we've given a lot, asked to give more and more and more and more. The compensation for the damages to the property, I don't know that that's going to be fair. You want to be fair to the public. I don't believe this is going to be fair to the landowners, the ones that have cabins, that have fences, all the improvements that they've done to their properties, it doesn't seem equitable with that. So that's my primary comment. Also, you know, I have to go with Jesse. Even when we've drawn tags through the general, you know, you put in for the hunt and you draw. We've also had multiple landowners grant us access with no problems. We've only occasionally been denied because of a smaller portion of property. They already had hunters in there. And that was for concern for safety, which I absolutely agree with. You don't want 100 hunters on 100 acres. And so that's been fair in the past. And so I don't think you don't need to fix what's not broken. So thank you.
Randy and Darcy Simmons, and then that will be they will be followed by Brett Woods. Brett, why don't you go ahead and then we'll just have them follow you.
I'm Brett Woods. I'm just speaking as a sportsman. I don't own any land on Diamond, but I feel for landowners. You take elk, for example, they'll consume 3% of their body weight eating every day. So that's about 18 pounds a day. That don't sound like much. Times that by 600, times that by 30. It equals 330,000 pounds of feed that they eat. And you could run probably another 200 head of beef cows on that same property that these elk are eating. Calves this fall are going to run around that $1,200 range. And you times that up, that's about $260,000 that these guys are losing out on if they're holding 600 head of elk on their property. That's a lot more than what they're getting out of these landowner tags. Now, as a sportsman, I've never had a problem finding a place to hunt on Diamond. Public ground, when it snows on Diamond, them elk are off from there and they're all on public ground. And so there should be, it's equal in my eyes. And landowners have paid the taxes, been in their families since they've decreed, they've homesteaded it. And they should be allowed to take and keep on going like they're going. I think the sportsman will take and regret this in the long run. So keep that in mind as you go on.
Thank you. Randy and Darcy? They're not here. Cody Wilkins.
Mr. Chair, did they write a comment that could maybe be shared on that card on their behalf?
On the card. There is. That's it. Can you go ahead and read that, Miles? Cody Wilkins, and then Dan Crozier will be following Cody. Hold on, just a sec. Cody's going, and then we'll read that. Okay. I'll let you read that.
So my name is Cody Wilkins. I'm the president of Unit County Farm Bureau. I just want to thank the members of the RAC board for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. So first of all, I want to reflect back on the Landowner Vouchers program, what it was intended for. It was intended to reduce the mitigation and depredation. And by giving out these vouchers means that the landowners could not come back in the future and ask for more money. Give additional cost to DWR. And, we all know that the additional costs get put back on the taxpayers. So I'd like to, echo what Jim Drollinger said on the voucher program. And, but Unit County Farm Bureau can't support the amendments, the new amendments to the rule. But what we can support is go back to the committee and let the LOAs get together and make a plan that works for them and have the sportsmen there and what works for everyone. And that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Dan there? Dan Crozier? Oh, there's Dan. He was hiding.
I'll quickly, while he's walking up, I'll summarize the Simmons, Randy Simmons comment. He says that we have a cabin on Diamond Mountain, and if the general public is allowed behind our locked gates, our cabin will be vandalized. Please don't force this.
Go ahead, Dan.
Dan Crozier with, well, I'm private landowner in the Duchesne County, but I'm also president of the Utah Cattlemen's Association. And we're watching this with great interest because I don't see it as just a infringement, I guess, on Diamond Mountain. We've already had discussion on private or hunts on private land over in the Roosevelt area and Mighton, Ioka for getting rid of chronic wasting disease in older bucks and stuff. So I'm watching with great concern because private lands are very important, and I just leave that with.
Thank you. We'll go with Mark Chivers, followed by Mark Dickinson.
Mark Shivers. My main concern is we receive 32% of the vouchers because we own 32% of the land in Diamond Mountain South Slope Vernal Unit. So in doing what's proposed, we're already harboring the 32% of the vouchers that we receive for our land. If this new amendment was to go through, would be harboring 64% of the hunters on 32% of the land. So it feels like it's more of a disadvantage to the landowners, and percentages wise and mathematical wise, in my opinion, for this new amendment. I don't support it, and I feel like it would be a detriment to not only the association, but to the wildlife in the unit. That's all.
Thank you. It's Mark Dickinson. There he is.
Mark Dickinson, Three Corners Landowners Association Chairman. Even though I reached out to different members of the committee, no one from that committee ever contacted me back. We need input. We need cooperation to make things work. Land is the foundation of everything. This program has been working for years the way it is. One key component that I believe the committee did not consider is the science that goes into it. And that science can come from the biologist, excuse me, the biologists that know the region. They cooperate with the landowners. That's why this program worked, because you had people that cared and built those relationships. Those relationships will start to crumble very fast. You can see by the attendance here, very, very evident. You can't have one thing for every landowners association. They're different. You got rangeland, you got cropland. That's why when they started it out, and believe me, it's worked because people thought this thing through. That's why it worked for this many years. It's not just by chance. They realized that you had to have acreage, but you had to have knowledge with the usage and put the two of them together. Because of this program, there's been a lot of depredation payments that were never applied for. Brett, you mentioned in one area, in our area, we support thousands of deer. We don't get a thing for them, and we get the public land hunters. We get the general hunters. Lot of impact. Our area, most of the private ground is open to the hunters. The hunters know that. There was a gentleman talked about giving and all that. We've been through that. The landowners, we continue to give. I would strongly recommend to this board that you vote no on this amendment. And we go back to the drawing board, and we don't go very far from what has been working for the past 30 some years. Thank you for your time.
Dave Shivers, followed by Jeff Stokes.
I'm Dave Shivers. I'm the president of the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association, and I sat on the committee that put this rule together. To be right honest, as I've attended 3 of these different RAC meetings now and watched 2 of them on the other one on TV last night, they kept saying, well, you had representation on the board. We had board presidents on there. They paid just about as much attention to me as if I'd have been a fly on the wall. And I'm just being honest. I kept bringing the concerns up that you're hearing tonight in the meeting, and we didn't address them. I told them we was going to end up here this day, and I believe they believed that, and that they knew that we would. But to try to set up a program, I understand why the Regional Advisory Council wants a plan that would blanket fit all of Utah for all the LOAs. But I promise you, you'll never find one that will work. It's impossible. Every one of them is different and has their own special circumstances. I think that if we sat down with each group and the public hunters, and I think we could come up with something that would work, that would make both people, both sides happy. Is everybody going to get to hunt everything every year? Definitely not. But we have to remember that this program was started to compensate the landowners for taking care of the animals. And since we've gone down the road and the landowners has took great pride, and we have something besides a 6-inch spike on Diamond Mountain to hunt, then the public wants it. And they want what we've worked our whole lives to get. If we do not come up with something that works, the Diamond Mountain Landowners Board, and there's others, but I'm not going to put words in their mouth, we're going to back out of this program. And we're not entering into another Band-Aid program that tells us that we have to accept public hunters on our private property. We've already decided that. I know that you're okay with that. The problem with it is the people that loses is the public and our animals, because the animals will slowly disappear over a couple of years and they'll be gone. And the public won't have anything to come there and hunt. They can buy a tag and give the division their money, but there won't be anything to hunt there. In 1981, when I bought my first piece of property, I was riding my horse gathering cows, and I got off my horse and laid in the sagebrush because there was 3 people shooting at a spiked buck that I don't think was legal. When they finally got done shooting, I got back on my horse and rode down the draw while 2 of them had a fist fight on the hillside to decide who had hit the deer. I hope you guys will consider doing something other than what is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Stokes.
My name's Jeff Stokes. What I got to say here is been reiterated quite a bit by Mr. Shivers, Mr. Drollinger, but I drew a tag on Diamond through the public draw. I shot my animal on the public property. Like Mr. Shivers said here in the early 80s, I wouldn't have been able to. And so the availability for other public hunters to come in there and hunt the public ground and the private ground that they're given permission to hunt on is still very good. If you're willing to hunt. If you're driving around in a vehicle, scouting on the private ground and looking for something easy to shoot, maybe it's not that good of a hunt. But what I'm saying is the opportunity is still there. You change the program, that opportunity won't be there. And then we've policed our own grounds. We have all had problems with trespassers, poachers, had the fishing game there, livestock being shot, our cabins being vandalized. And so now we're going to allow even more of that. We're policing it ourselves now. Do we have to stay there 365 days a year to make sure everything isn't destroyed without any enforcement, any rules, any citations, any ability to do anything about it unless it's a civil matter and we have to take those people to court? No, I don't think this is going to work. I think you're opening Pandora's box here that you won't be able to put the lid back on. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Whitney Hewlett-Krogh, and then Kenneth Calder, and then Jim Drollinger.
Thank you. I want to talk about the liability issues. I know that's been a concern that a lot of people have raised in this RAC and in others. And so I am a lawyer and I do practice personal injury law sometimes when I'm not here in Vernal at the RAC. The problem I see, so people raise this concern about liability and the DWR is pointing to that statute saying, well, wait, hunters you're not liable for letting hunters on your land as long as you're not charging them. But there's an exception to that statute. So in that same statute, just in another subpart, it says that nothing in this part limits any liability that otherwise exists for a willful or malicious failure to guard or warn against a dangerous condition, use, structure, or activity. So the way I read that is that, say a landowner, they've seen rattlesnakes on their property. They know rattlesnakes are there. If they don't warn somebody coming onto their property about that rattlesnake, that person, they can file a lawsuit and that lawsuit's getting past the initial stages. They're going to be going on because at that point it's a fact question where you'll have to say, listen, I forgot, I was negligent. But that person's going to be able to take a suit really far, and that's expensive. And the issue with this is we are letting, the government is telling people, well, you have to let these certain people on your land. And a liability waiver doesn't work in this situation because, so typically when you're making a contract, each party has to give something to make that contract valid. And in this situation, it's the state that's giving these people permission to come onto your property. You don't really have a say in that. So, I mean, you can have them sign something, but there's no consideration. So I've got concerns about whether a liability waiver would even work in this situation where the landowners they're not giving anything up for it. And I've got concerns about whether the landowners can really be protected from the expenses of lawsuits under this statute. The other thing I wanted to raise is in the old statute or in the current rule, it says specifically in there that one of the purposes of this program is to compensate the landowners. And that's not in the current version. So in the current version, it has a bunch of things that it says, like it lists all of the purposes. And the closest it gets is it says it's going to reduce the division's obligations in responding to and compensating for depredation events. So I understand the concern that the Landowners Association, the public that have been speaking out against these proposed rules, they're not giving any concrete changes of like what we need to change to make this rule palatable. And the reason for that is this is really a fundamental shift in the way that this program has been run. Because before it was about compensating these landowners for the feed that they were providing to the wildlife. And that is being taken away at the same time that they're putting new obligations on the landowners. And then especially this obligation for them to let in members of the public, not by permission, but by obligation and by the choice of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Calder.
Oh, that's a pass. I can't get up there.
Thank you.
We can get you the
Well,
microphone, sir.
My only concern is liability. If they get hurt on your property, they go down here to Walmart and fall and they'll sue them. What's gonna happen up there? I mean, it's rough country. So that's my big concern. I have to run people off my property every year that they come on there and don't ask. And there's nothing can beat a slip saying, well, you're welcome. I think all these people do that. They like to know who's on their property. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. That was Kenneth, right? Would you hand that to Jim?
Thank you.
Thank you for indulging me one more time. To introduce myself, I told you I'm Jim or James Drollinger. By profession, I'm a certified public accountant. When I retired, our firm was one of the larger in the state of Utah. And in addition to that, we did ranching. And that's what I did them both. I mean, you worked on the weekends and you worked during the week. You didn't quit. That's how we could pay for this over the years. It was not easy. Sometimes I didn't know if I could make a payment, but we eventually did, got it done. A lot of this that I was going to speak on, I've covered. Okay, there's one thing that I'd like to bring up. It says, according to Investopedia, within a private property right regime, individuals need the ability to exclude others from the uses and benefits of their property. I don't see anything about letting the public in. They've already got 70% of the land. And to try to entice, to create a demand for the landowner to get compensation to let all these people in, and these other people have said it. You can't imagine the damage that goes on these places. One time, a hunter snuck in. We had it posted. And by the way, Chad, I don't think's right. I think the new state statute says you do not have to post private property anymore. So you got that issue. But we had a hunter kill an elk. We heard it in the morning, daylight, got on the horses, went up the hill, couldn't find the guy. We waited. He had cleaned the elk and climbed inside of the elk to hide. That's the extent they'll go to. I've got some current economic realities. November 16th, 2021, the DWR, with funding from many donors, purchased 8,107 acres of private ground on the Weber-Cache County line for what they called a tiny bit over 20 million. That's you guys, you know. Price per acre, $2,467. I looked at the pictures. I'll bet you our property on Diamond Mountain will produce more elk and deer per acre than that will. I'd almost guarantee it. The Diamond Mountain Grazing Association has 86 thousand, and you told me something, 87, a little more. I was off. Yeah, in the private property. So I used 86,000 of private acres using the new value that the DWR just set for hunting ground. The private property on Diamond Mountain is worth $212 million. That's what you people are playing with and trying to take and trying to dictate to us what to do with our 212 million. That's not public money. That's private money. It's not public ground. It's private ground. $212 million worth of economic value we're talking in this right here. Right here. Once again, these animals belong to the state of Utah. It is crystal clear. It's been that way since 71. We shouldn't have to feed them. And so this program was ingenious. When it was created, Governor Herbert, was it? And the DWR and the landowners got together. Ingenious concept. And it solved problems for now 30 years. We'll be 30 years. Okay. Those geniuses died off. They got old. They retired. What's happened? We have new geniuses, but they're pharaohs, you know. People now want to dictate to anybody that has something private. This is not right. And I hope you people will consider the actual things that's on your shoulders this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Peterson, followed by Roland Searle and Randy Searle.
No, that's fine. I'm not quite as tall as Jack Lytle. I'm deeply concerned about what's being proposed here tonight. We've already determined in our association that it can't work, not for 160 landowners. It might work for 10 or 15 in another area of the state, but it can't work for 160 here. There are many concerns, but the way it's written up, it would make 160 landowners law enforcement officers. That's just not right. That's a recipe for something bad to happen. So I hope you would consider rewriting this or going over or redoing this. There's got to be a better way to do this. We've had a good program. It's worked fairly over the years, and we haven't asked for more than what we've been given. There's also another segment I'd just like to bring up quickly that benefit from this up there. There are a lot of people who drive up there on the mountain and view wildlife. They're not landowners. They don't own land up there, but they appreciate the wildlife that's up there, and they go up and view it. A lot of older people go up and view it, husbands and wives, you see them and families. My property up there, people drive up and down the roads in the evenings and look at the deer, the bucks along the road there. They enjoy that and they view that. And that's another segment that we're not talking about who is going to lose that benefit. So I hope that you'll consider some of these other things. I hope you'll sit down and vote to take a second look at this and not accept it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland?
Roland Searle, third generation Diamond Mountain landowners. This isn't new. My father back in the 50s, when we had deer up on Diamond, which we don't have now compared to then, opened up the place to let people come up and hunt. They tore up the roads. They trashed the place. tore up the meadows, cut the fences. I remember as a youth having to go and do all that repairing on the roads and on the fences and cleaning up the messes that was behind. Last fall, somebody cut our gate and went in and went through the back window of my brother's cabin and ransacked the cabin. We need to leave things alone. Things were working as they were. Thank you.
I want to touch on something a little different. I had a same things to say, but I'll change that a little bit. In the Diamond Mountain Landowners and the limited entry, what there is, there's approximately 86,000, we'd call it 87,000 of private, 166 of state, BLM, whatever. And so what they've done is we consider everything by acreage, but that's totally incorrect. And any cattleman or any rancher knows that the way you put value on property is by AUMs, not by acres. We know that the biggest percentage of the acres that the DWR have is under the rim of Diamond Mountain. There's basically, there is some water, but there's basically no water on it. No elk in there. I mean, it would be strange to see elk down in there. It's not saying they're not there once in a while, but the point is that with this new proposal, we get 32 permits, but we have to take another approximately 32 permits of the DWRs and let them on our private property. Now, why would that be? Where they have twice the amount of acreage we have? Well, it don't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. We have so many more AUMs than they have. It's not even funny. And if it was done the way it's supposed to be, which it needs to be looked at again and done the way it should have been done to start with, it's by AUMs, not acreage. Acreage means nothing. We know that a 10,000 acres south of O'Ray is probably not going to run too many elk. But 300 acres on Diamond Mountain will run as much as that with 10,000 will on. So what we're saying is it's been out of balance. If it was balanced like it should be, the fact would probably be, and I'm guessing, but I'll guarantee you, over 50% of the permits would come to the Diamond Mountain landowners. And probably we'd have 2/3. And so that would take it, level it out. But again, last year I let 4 different individuals on my private land. And it's like it's been stated here tonight, Jesse Nash, and many others. Anybody that ever comes and asks and does it the right way, I cannot tell you that I do not know of any that's been turned down. No, I'm not saying they won't be, because if we don't know them, we'd probably turn them down. You know, or else we want to know some history. We want to know what we're doing. But for the DWR to tell us that we have to let all of them on our property, how would you like to have to let them in your house? They say, well, I brought that up in a meeting. They said, well, hey, that's different. Well, sure, it's a difference. It's your house, not ours. Diamond Mountain is our house. That's what we have done. That's what we've spent a lifetime in earning and having our properties and improving it. But one of the guys from the division said, well, I don't like your example. I said, I'm sure you don't. It don't fit very good on your foot, does it? He said, well, it's different. I said, no difference. So I think we need to understand there's such a thing as right. We're private landowners, and that I emphasize the word private. That's exactly what it means. We have our rights. And as a member of the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association, I will never take instructions from the Fish and Game or the DWR telling me who's going to come on my property. Nor would I take it from the state of Utah, nor would I take it from the Union County Commissioners or anybody else. We still live in America, and I'm grateful for it, and we appreciate your work and service. Thank you.
Kurt Wood.
I'm Kurt Wood, representing Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Troy's sick. I wish he was here to do this. I just want to say personally for me, I appreciate all the landowners. I know the stress and the difficulty that Chad and the group has gone through to come up with this. I know you guys have a difficult decision. I hope the the public process works. I know that the wildlife board is going to make the final decision. I personally believe there still needs to be some tweaks on it, but here's SFW's proposal. Troy wanted to say first, he also appreciates the landowners and the cooperation that has been there. I think as our president, SFW's president, he's been a huge proponent of your rights as well as the public, and he appreciates that. But here's their stance on that. SFW supports the DWR's proposal with two exceptions. First, a metric needs to be added to help determine if the plan is accomplishing its purpose for both the landowners and the sportsmen. Second, in option B, SFW is recommending adopting a physical count and formula to determine permit numbers similar to they do in Nevada. SFW also recommends that after the final RAC, the plan be sent back to the committee for a final meeting to consider if anything that was expressed through this RAC process warrants a change or something different. That's a small ask, but it's important, I believe, and we believe to make sure that everybody who's expressed their opinions feels heard. I've heard that there's a lot of people who haven't felt like they've had their opinions heard, but I think they all need to be heard, and that is something we would recommend. Finally, we fully understand the important role private property plays in wildlife. And having said that, the real value of these permits is in the ability to hunt public land. We believe the overwhelming majority of the permits take animals on public land. Because of that, there's certain concessions that need to ensure that it's fair to everybody. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Robert Ott.
You have somebody on deck as well. I can find that.
Dan Abate is the last one I have.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this important subject. I provided all of you a copy of the PLWA's comments with respect to these rule changes. I apologize that I gave them to you just tonight because we weren't privy to what these rules really were until about a week or so ago, and I never got to see them until they became part of the RAC packet. We have in the Paunsaugunt Landowners Association, it was started in the 90s. We have 90 members. We have over 48,000 acres of private land enrolled with those members, a combination of rangeland and irrigated croplands. It's all high quality deer habitat. A couple of the things that we have an issue with primarily are that the voucher allocation method does not take into account the value or the true value of the habitat. And we maintain that the landowners own some of the highest value habitat on the Paunsaugunt unit. And yet, if we go to a simple map and say, oh, here's the acres and that's how you split it up, that really doesn't give the landowners the true value of the land and what they're contributing to the wildlife on the unit. So that's our first difficulty that we have with it. The second is the determination of hunter access. In the past, we have been first come, first serve for all public hunters. We haven't limited public hunters. It's simply been that first come, first serve. And I will tell you, as a president of the association, I have personally intervened on behalf of public hunters more than once with some landowners that would not allow them to hunt on their property for various reasons. We've reconciled that. We even took one landowner to task who is one of the largest landowners in the association who would not allow public hunters on his property to hunt. He was letting guided hunters hunt there only. And we informed him that, look, either you allow public hunters on your property and you let us know that you're allowing public hunters on your property, or you will no longer be a member of the association. It's just that simple. And that's how we've approached this in our association. And it seems to be working. The next thing is the denial of registration due to members' actions. We have concern. That's in this write-up, this rule change.
Well, people are individuals. If we have members in our association that do things that are illegal or they violate wildlife rules or whatever, that should be left up to the law and then us as an association to police that. Because in our bylaws and in our agreements as an association, we agree to uphold the public laws. We agree to abide by those things. And so if members aren't willing to do it, they get to leave. It's that simple. But I think as you listen tonight, listen to all the dialogue that we've had, and especially the questions to Chad Wilson, and his responses have been, oh, well, we could do this, or yeah, we could do that, or we could write this, or we could come up with this way to do certain things. Well, why don't we just cover that on the front end? Why don't we write that into the regulations or come up with a way to leave it to the associations to make these things happen so that the public hunters do have the right access and so on, and the landowners get reasonable compensation for what they're providing. And then at the end, who gets to benefit? We all get to benefit. And most of all, we're advocates also for the wildlife. On the Ponce Gaunt unit, we feel that we've worked with the biologist and the division to try to maintain an outstanding herd of deer in sufficient age group and numbers and so on, that we're not ruining the land. We're having a sustainable habitat wildlife relationship, and everybody benefits from that, and including the wildlife. And I think that's important. And so we would encourage you at this time to go back to the process. Let's try and find the answers to some of these things before we just cast the rule and say, this is the way it's going to be, and we'll try and figure it out later. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Abeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan Abeda. Anybody that has driven around up on Diamond Mountain can see how well that's been managed for big game. It's a joy to just drive around there and just look, let alone have a hunting tag, which I've never had. I moved here about 21 years ago. And a couple of years after I'd been here, my brother, who lived on the Wasatch Front, drew a archery deer tag for Diamond Mountain. He drew it with I don't think he had any points at all. I don't think he knew what he had. He came out and we scouted, and he saw what was on Diamond Mountain for deer. Again, this is about 20 years ago. So I had a list of property owners. I started calling, went down the list, and some of them, I knew family last names or whatever. No. That was the message I got from, I bet I made 20, 25 calls. Now, do the landowners, let public on? Sure, I think they do. Like I think it's been mentioned here is that they let them on if they know who they are. And I understand that. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that's gone into, owning land on Diamond Mountain. A lot of money invested there. So I understand their concern. My wife drew a limited entry rifle tag there a couple of years ago. Did I make any phone calls? No, I didn't make any phone calls because I knew what the answer was going to be. I didn't waste my time making phone calls to property owners that I knew I was just going to get no. So that's, I support the division's proposal. Obviously, I think that there are some concerns. I've sat here for, the meeting's going on for almost 4 hours now, and we've been heavily engaged in this agenda item for at least a couple hours. I don't know that, I sense that obviously there's a lot of unanswered questions that the landowners have. And so maybe this isn't the right time to move forward on this. It sounds like there's some work that still needs to be done to address, liability and things of that nature. And again, like I said, the last thing I would ever want to see happen is, vandalism of anybody's property. But I do support, the direction the division is going in terms of trying to level the playing field. So that's what I wanted to share. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's Adam or Jocelyn Percival. Okay.
Adam Percival, and we're members in the Buck Cliffs LOA. We can't support this at all, and I'm sure the other members in the Buck Cliffs LOA don't support it either. And I'd ask Richie to read a letter from our president, Mark Hill, that he sent into the RAC.
I apologize, Adam. I don't have that with me. I thought I did.
I probably do, if you can read it on my phone.
I'd be glad. I can read it for you
Whenever.
if you'd like.
Whenever the chair would let us.
Yeah, you can. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Whenever you could allow him. to do that.
I can give you the
Did-
gist. of
Jocelyn,
it.
did you have a comment? A separate, go ahead and make yours and then we'll address that comment from Mark Hill. I have that letter if you need it. Yeah, I can read it.
Okay, I'm Jocelyn Percival. I am a landowner in the Book Cliffs. And I guess you can leave it to a woman to think with her heart. But I also have the concerns for our property and whatnot being vandalized and whatnot with the public. But I am very concerned with my children and these people that we don't know on our property. I can't tell you the number of times that I've had to change a flat tire by myself with my 3 children under the age of 3 on one of our ranch roads. And now I feel like, oh, now I not only have to pack a weapon when I go to Walmart with my children, now I need to pack it on my own property because I don't know who these people are or what kind of background they have. And I'm guessing all of you have children or mothers or wives. And I just would like you to consider that private property is one of the last safe places that we have for, and our men and our elderly as well. And I just want you to consider, that is also a concern, not just our things. So, and one other point I'd like to make, somebody had asked Chad about how many of the LOAs would probably drop out if this was pushed through. And speaking as the Book Cliffs LOA secretary, I would recommend that you ask the actual LOAs themselves, because I feel very confident you would get a very different number than one that would drop out. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. So, RAC, okay, if I read that letter that we received from Mark Hill? If I can get my bifocals to work. My name is Mark Hill. My family and I own Lazy 3X ranches located in the Book Cliffs unit of Eastern Utah. Our ranch is a member of the Book Cliffs Landowner Association. Our ranch strongly opposes the proposed draft amendments to the Landowner Permits Program. The Landowner Permit Program was originally designed to help ranchers and farmers with agricultural depredation. Over the past years, we feel that the Utah Department of Natural Resources has lost sight of the purpose of the program. In our association, we've experienced cuts in our allotted elk and deer tags, which in turn results in less and less income to cover the depredation losses. Our ranch has preferred livestock AUMs, which the Utah DNR has managed to use for their buffalo and other wildlife, and then continue to blame the livestock for their overgrazing. We feel that over the years, we've been given and given. We have given and given, and the Utah DNR continues to take and take. We have been pushed to the point we will no longer tolerate it. The bottom line is we are not supporting this rule change. And if it passes, we will withdraw from the LOA. We will use other options to deal with depredation with the Utah DNR. Thank you, Mark Hill. That's the letter we received. And I believe that's all of our public comments. Is there anybody else, as far as you know? Okay. So at this point, I will open up for RAC discussion prior to hopefully arriving at a motion. Who would like to start?
Chairman, I got a text from Dale Christiansen. Do you have a copy of his letter? I don't have his letter with me. The Pilot Mountain LOA. He's also going to be the acting chairman for the LOA. And I'll double check. I may have it, but would you mind reading that, please? I can ask Dale if it's okay if you summarize it. It's his letter, but he asked if it could be read.
All right, dear RAC Chair and RAC members, my name is Dale Christiansen. I'm the president of the Pilot Mountain Landowner Association in Northern Region. I'm also the owner operator of the DWR RAC CWMU. I'm the principal owner of the Pilot Peak Ranches LLC in Box Elder and Tooele counties in Utah and Elko County in Nevada. The Pilot Mountain LOA is an elk LOA and has been operating for 10 plus years. We have worked with the Division of Wildlife successfully to form both an LOA and a CWMU and enhance the hunting opportunities for all in the unit. We have successfully worked with NRCS, Utah, and Nevada, the Nature Conservancy, BLM, and other groups to improve and conserve critical wildlife habitat. In this process, we have spent more than $2 million in range and water improvements that benefit both cattle and wildlife in the last 5 years. We continue to improve the land that we own and the surrounding grazing range for the benefit of generations to come. I mentioned this background in order to point out that we know how to work with and reach mutually beneficial outcomes of the state and other stakeholders. The current proposed rule changes do not represent a viable path forward for the LOA program, in our opinion, for the following reasons. The proposed LOA rule changes are not supported by the majority of the LOAs that are currently in the limited entry LOA program. The majority of LOAs were never involved or even contacted about the proposed rule change until it was put on the RAC agenda recently. The majority of LOAs were not given any opportunity for input into the rule changes. The LOA program at its core was implemented to reduce state depredation payments and hazing burden on DWR staff. The proposed changes do not recognize this basic principle. There appears to be no direct Utah state statutory liability exemption for LOA landowners who will be forced to allow specific hunters on our land despite assertions by the state that it does. The proposed LOA public access requirements are more onerous than the public access rules for CWMUs. We do support the following: coming up with a better, more consistent rule for the allocation of vouchers that recognizes the percent of acreage and the percent usage of critical habitat provided by private land. And also they support allowing public access consistent with the CWMU rules tailored to meet the LOA program model. Compliance monitoring can be done with the current DWR and systems in place similar to the CWMUs. Limited Entry Landowner Association operator training for all LOAs and more direct communication with the division. We are also working with Utah to form a Utah Limited Entry LOA association to represent all limited entry LOAs. The proposed rule changes are not planned to take effect until 2024, and there's ample time to table the proposal and engage with the LOAs directly. We request that current proposed rule changes be tabled. A new working committee be established. The working committee should be made up of the Wildlife Board, all LOA presidents, the DWR, and other entities included in the prior committee. I thank you for your consideration. Please free to reach out to me with any questions or feedback.
Okay, I will open it up to RAC comments. Who wants to start?
I just have a couple, I guess, direct comments, maybe questions. Can I ask a couple questions?
If you still need something clarified, you
Okay.
can sure ask a question.
So from the inception of this program, has it always been to allow public access on the LOAs?
Yeah, the rule since the beginning has said a one-to-one access. Since the beginning, it also allowed for a variance. And I believe Diamond's got that variance.
So is
from
the
beginning.
variance for the whole LOA or just like certain landowners within the LOA?
For the entire LOA.
Oh, the time.
Yep.
Okay. And so the variance is allowed, like, why is that allowed and why is only one LOA have the variance?
I don't even know if other LOAs have asked for it. So Diamond asked for it. It's hard to know why it was put in there in the beginning, and it might have been, I don't know, I guess just for an allowance to be able to decide on that is what I would guess, but.
So the variance that the Diamond Mountain landowners have is to not allow public access.
Yeah, under that variance, they don't have to allow any.
Oh, okay, all right. So like, how does the Diamond Mountain Landowner Association now, if someone comes to you from the public and says, can I hunt your land? And you say yes, how are you addressing liability now for that? Or even with the voucher hunters?
We make that decision, we're not told. That's what the problem is. For private landowners, we don't feel that you or anybody else has a right to tell another person.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe somebody else will like,
Oh, the microphone, sorry. I guess I was just wondering because there's such concern with these, the public who will be selected to go onto the land, but you will know who they are and you will have rules for them to abide by. But I just didn't know like there's concern now with that, but how are you addressing that with people you're allowing onto your property now to hunt?
well, what we do as an individual, we first of all, the reason it was done, we have, it's stated here tonight, like over 160 landowners. Now, a lot of your LOAs have 5, 7, 8, but we're dealing with 160. And see, the way it is now, all 160 have to open up their ground. And that won't fit. What it is, the way we look at it, the way I should say, me, I don't have no right to speak for anybody else, but one size does not fit all. Now, if one size, the way I look at it, the DWR would like to have it to where one size fits all, because what? It eliminates, all they have to do is just have one and that's it. The way that it's going to be, if it's changed in the way we proposed here, that if we have 17 LOAs, we'd have 17 different ones, because each area has their own distinct problems and situations. And so it'll take them more manpower and it'll cost them more money, but you just cannot take one size and say, we're going to take a LOA with 160 people, landowners, and one with 5, and they're going to run by the same rules. Okay.
So with the public access, the ones that get drawn, I mean, do they just, so all the landowners have to open their gates, unlock their gates, or they can have rules to say you have to come to Dave Shivers to get a key to go onto his property? So it's not like open where the public can potentially trespass, because it sounds like.
No, it is open. We have to open it up completely to all those that are drawn out. Yes, we do.
Let me answer that, because, they can create the rules. If they want to, I would even say to the point where they could say, if this public guy that has the access, they need to call the specific landowners where they want to hunt, that they need to call a day before. They can make a lot of those rules. I thought we made that clear tonight, but yeah, you have the ability to make rules for the public to follow.
Stated in there.
But we have the ability to do that tonight.
Yeah, you guys do.
Yes.
The way it's written right now, it doesn't state that.
Correct. I got your back on that. Yeah.
In the past, when we were like.
Do you want microphone?
Yeah, grab the mic there.
Here, I got her.
Sorry.
Let's try to.
In the past, when we've allowed public hunters on our place, it's been friends of a friend. My son played hockey, so we have friends all over that with travel hockey, and Darren Wack from the hockey shop he drew his first year, he submitted or applied. So he came out and spent 2 weeks. We've put our name out there. We have friends who have property down by Schofield. And I mean, it's just, that's how we've handled public hunters that have contacted us.
Sure.
So.
It's
You
not,
know,
it's not,
just even
it's not
with-
strangers. I mean,
Okay,
that's the
yeah,
difference.
but I mean, friends can still sue for stuff, you know, so it just was wondering what,
I
where
believe,
that.
what
boundary
I'm
was.
hearing is they're, because they know who they are and their friend,
Yeah.
they trust them. And they're accepting that
Sure.
liability.
But it seems like a lot of the damage
that
that's
right?
being done are people who are trespassing, not necessarily people who are, you're allowing on to hunt.
Not necessarily.
No.
That back road was on our place 2 years ago. With somebody who did some damage and left a gut pile and killed an elk on our place, coming over the top of the potholes.
Okay,
So.
but you knew who it was, so you could
No, I
address
didn't
it?
know this.
Oh, okay.
This guy was from the Wasatch Front, came over from the backside, the general area, and killed an elk on our pond. Left all the trash from his side by side.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted clarification on some of the things.
Thank you.
There's a lot of good people up there, you know. Bobby Nealon for 6 years in a row was given deer tag. One part. I probably every year. Back this year, I helped them pay for that tag. I mean, there's a lot of good things that we do. They, I don't know how many wells I've drilled, I've found them. 'Cause I want, you know, the deer and the elk on my place. I want my grandkids to have a place to hunt. You know, and I've never turned down anybody that called and said they wanted an animal across my fence. I've always given, you know, but you know, there's some basic rights that makes us all Americans. Private property is one of those basic rights. Socialism creeps in. People take a little bit now. There's a lot of good out there. You people are for our rights.
Maybe I'll, if I'll jump in here maybe and read some of my notes. How's that sound? Some of them will be popular and some of them won't be popular at all, probably. So what you've got here is you've been very successful. You've got quality land, quality feed. It's attracted the wildlife. You've obviously improved the herd greatly, you know, from what we've heard over the 20 years. So there's no arguing the fact that you've been extremely successful in your operations, which make it attractive to wildlife. And therefore, you've been very successful in raising wildlife of high value that used to not have any value. It used to be a liability. Now it's a business, high value. And I appreciate all your comments online, present. But I see two trends here. One, you know, everybody's worried about the access. I own some land. I understand that. The DWR, though they're not necessarily maybe selling their point, they're paying for that access. They view that the vouchers are paying for the access. And you view that the vouchers are compensating for forage consumed by the wildlife. So I'm an AUM guy. You know that. All right. So I already did this before I came, and I'm glad you brought up the AUMs because I just want to go over my thinking. Okay. There's about 1,500 elk on Diamond Mountain. It's not exact because there's 3,000 on the herd and it's combined with the vernal unit. But talking to Amy, you know, there's about 1,500. And I'm talking about anyway here. And there's about 5,000 deer on Diamond Mountain. If you equate elk to AUMs, an adult elk's about 0.7 what an adult cow is, kind of based on weight. So with the 1,500 elk in a month, you consume about 1,050 AUMs. And the deer seasonally, sometimes they overlap with cows, sometimes they don't. But you know, a fair value is probably 0.3 per deer. So that gives you another 1,500 AUMs. So you're at about 2550 AUMs a month on the whole Diamond Mountain. I sell some of my irrigated pasture AUMs for $30 an AUM. Rangeland's probably not that high, but you got to fix fences, you got to haul water. So there's other costs, not just grass. So I use $30, you know, just to give me a number. 2550 times 30 says, you know, you got about $75,000 worth of forage consumed a month by the wildlife on Diamond Mountain. And if you take that times 5 months, the growing season,
At least 6 months.
you know, so yeah, anyway, just, you know, you can move these, but you're about 375,000 that herd during the growing season. That's what the reason I did that is that's kind of when they're competing with the cattle. I don't know what percentage is on your LOA. You said somewhere between a half and 2/3 of the wildlife on your LOA at times. And I coincidentally,
That's being very tight.
right, and I coincidentally just guessed 60%. We don't know. That's $225,000 a year of forage they're consuming on a pretty safe number. And then, you know, to be honest with you, as a RAC member, I look at the value of 90 tags and it far exceeds 225,000, which is perfectly fine because you have a business and you're making some money on it, which is,
And you had initial investment.
oh, yes, but yeah, I understand that. And you gotta hire guides and, you know, you have some costs. I'm just talking gross. But you know, my take on it is you're being compensated for the feed pretty comfortably. That's my take, okay? I'm kind of baffled by the fact that the CWMU, which requires 90-10 or 80-20, depending on how they set it up on the vouchers versus public, has almost no controversy, does it, Chad? It goes so smooth, you know, pretty smooth. I mean, occasionally they'll have a CWMU where the hunters are mad because they didn't get equal treatment or something like that. But I mean, in general, it's a model that's pretty successful.
For public access, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, like we do get some complaints from the public hunters complaining about unfair treatment, but I've never had a complaint from the other way of CWMU saying.
So I guess it kind of baffles me, you know, why it's so different, because this proposal is kind of tailored after that, you know, because it was successful. And so.
One comment on the paper more. But our private landowner rights are not for sale for money. They're not for sale.
I understand that, and that's a choice. I understand that. I understand that fully.
Everything in the world usually is for sale.
I have private land and I have some that I don't let hunters on and I have some that I do for various reasons. Okay. But
Chairman,
just
just to kind of keep following procedure, you know, at this point, let's try to keep the discussion amongst the RAC members.
Okay.
There's a whole nother room out there, and I'm sure people in here that would like to finish listening to what Richie has.
They can't listen.
You'll have an opportunity, you know, to RAC still has, we're still in the RAC comment section at this point, so I'm sure Rich, you'll have comments and things, you know, at whatever point you feels like chiming in. At this point, we just, from a procedure standpoint, it'd be best to keep the discussion amongst the RAC members.
And I'll finish my points because I get rambling. So it kind of baffles me of why it's, both of them are voluntary programs. It works real well in the CWMUs and it's not here. And I think it's just because it's not, hasn't been part of the process. The only other thing I guess I just don't buy it, that somebody that you know who they are and you've met them at the gate and you know their name and you know what they're driving is the people that are really doing the vandalism. I think it's the true trespassers. And so I'm not near as concerned about a designated public hunter doing damage. There's always a bad apple somewhere, but I think most of them would be very appreciative. That's my take on what I've heard tonight.
Well, thank you. I'll try to be brief as well. I know this is a long meeting. I'm less concerned about long meetings and messy meetings than I am about getting the right solution. We live in a democracy. If we're afraid of long meetings and messy meetings, we're never going to get to we're not appreciating the opportunity that we have. There's a public perception now, and it was openly stated in one of the RACs that some feel that the LOA voucher program for landowners is a welfare program for landowners. I'm not a welfare recipient. I've never asked for it in my life. And I bet you, if not all, a vast majority of these people in this room are not welfare people. They don't ask for government handout for no reason. Okay, to insinuate that is not valid. I work as hard as anybody. I'll offer anybody to outwork me for what I have. If this proposal goes through, the burden to the Utah taxpayer is going to go up substantially. It is going to cost the taxpayer a great deal of money to compensate for what this voucher program was taking care of. Chad can answer this if he wants, but I kind of know how many landowner associations were at the meeting when this proposal was voted on. I think it was maybe one, if there was any at all, to vote on this.
Yeah, so Chris Robinson was there, and I guess it depends. John Bear owns land in one, so he could be one. Yeah, Dave didn't make it, so yeah, he was invited.
Okay. There's a lot of conversation about this being a public resource and the wildlife being a public resource, which it is. Probably everybody, including received a COVID check, received a public resource. They took that voluntarily, or they took that from the government, a public resource, into their home. If there would have been a mandate on that they allow people that they don't know into their home to receive that public resource, we probably wouldn't have accepted that. Okay. At some point in our life, almost every person in this room is going to receive a public resource. If there was laws that said we had to allow people that we do not know, have not had a chance to communicate with, into our homes because we received that public resource, how many would take that public resource? Water is a public resource. If you fill a pool in your backyard, you pay a fee for that, but you don't own it. Should you be mandated by the government to allow people you do not know into your backyard to use that pool? It's a public resource. So if we are going to mandate, we allow people that we don't know in for, then we should all be required to allow people we don't know. Okay. So, the Chad mentioned that the DWR gives big, or the state gives big. The insinuation that the state gives big, they're giving up here to the landowners. And now the DWR or the state is asked, and the landowners are only giving at this level. That insinuation that now the state is asking the landowners to come up to the level of big that the state is giving, honestly. I'm going to give a personal example. We're currently doing a water project on public land, state land. The cost of that project's $32,000. We applied for and received a grant from UGIP, the Utah Grazing Improvement Program, to help us fund that. There's this belief that in some that we get all of our projects paid for through government grants. At the most that ever I've received is 50% of the cost of the project. On that current project of $32,000, we will receive from UGIP $13,000. Out of pocket will be $19,000. Our cattle will use that from 30 to 60 days of the year. It'll be available for wildlife 365 days a year. Is the state only giving big? That's just one project. That's just one project. Jimmy Del Slaw's in this room. He's a contractor for water projects. He can verify we have spent thousands of dollars with no government grant for projects that wildlife receive benefit 365 days out of the year, but we manage our cattle grazing pattern to where they may only use that pasture 30 to 60 days of the year. We can keep talking about big gives if you want, but how many LOAs will drop out? I've contacted almost every single one of them. I hosted a meeting with LOAs to inform of this process because they didn't know. They didn't know there was even a committee formed. I'm not going to go into the failures of that committee to contact these LOAs. There's plenty of blame to go around for that. State Farm Bureau can be blamed for that partially. DWR can be blamed for that. Maybe the reps can be blamed for that. These LOAs was never invited to submit comments or ideas to that committee. Most of them didn't know. As you heard tonight, there's members of other LOAs in here. Until we contacted them, they did not know. Okay. So the number of LOAs that will drop out, I don't know. I think the number of landowners is going to be substantial. That will drop out of this program. And you've just lost a very valuable partnership for wildlife. A very valuable partnership. I was told at some meetings I attended as I tried to become informed on this that all the LOAs had signed off on this except for Diamond Mountain. So being kind of a information nerd, I started doing some phone calls. Not only had the other LOAs not signed off on it, they didn't even know about it. And the person that communicated with me that these other all the LOAs had signed off on it was communicating with the DWR. He had a meeting with them in his home. The liability issue, I think it's been well established here tonight. There will be increased liability issues. And to Natasha's question, how do we as landowners mitigate some of our liability issues? A lot of it is through personal one-on-one contact with those whom we let on our land. When you have one-on-one contact with a person, after a short time of communication, you can relatively ascertain what kind of person that person is and whether your risk is elevated or diminished. You wouldn't let somebody in your home that you knew nothing about. Just because somebody puts in for a limited entry draw tag does not mean they are a saint. Some may be felons. They're not limited to not be able to put in for a draw. So, Natasha, we limit that by one-on-one personal contact. And we try to gain it doesn't fully eliminate our liability issue, but what it does is it does limit it in the fact that we are able to choose and we're able to determine that for ourselves through personal one-on-one contact. And that's the way it should be. I'll be honest, I just can't believe we have this kind of proposal in front of us. Why would the DWR want to limit and reduce the value of their biologists by saying we've got to have a one-size-fits-all situation? Do their biologists not have the expertise? I know some of the biologists. Yeah, I think they do, actually. I think they're pretty good at what they do, the vast majority of them. I think they can determine that. I think they should be, and many of these biologists have established a relationship with those landowners. And I just don't understand why they want to throw that under the bus. We're not asking for nothing. We're just saying, hey, this thing isn't finished, okay? That's my comment, is this thing isn't finished. I'm not throwing the committee under the bus. We're at this point now where we could probably have a good thing come out of this. We're not there yet. We are not there yet. Bring the LOAs. Don't worry about the messy meeting. Let things get messy for a bit. Get the sportsmen's back in. Get the LOAs back in. Have another couple meetings and get to the right solution. Thank you.
You don't want to talk.
I'll give my stance. Not only mine, but those that have reached out to me, the people that I represent in this position. What this process entails and what it empowers the public voice, the landowners, all that the opportunity to do is to make those changes. I asked Chad a specific question tonight. I don't know how many people listened. There was quite a few, so I apologize. But that question was, all those that don't agree with this rule, proposed rule, and those that oppose it, how many came forward with a solution? The answer was none. I've had conversations to the contrary, been reached out by several members of your own association that support the new rule. Now, I'm not here to start controversy again. I'm an avenue for communication. I'm a voice for those people, and that's what I'm going to speak to. We have the ability to address every one of these concerns brought up tonight. I'm not going to say that all the other RACs that listen to all the concerns that were brought forward didn't address those concerns, but by the overwhelming presence and feedback, they just went with the rule for the majority. 4-1, 3-1, excuse me. So far to this point, has voted in favor of the proposed rule. Now, I think there's some misconception on what was brought up and what's perceived. First thing I did was reached out for answers. I was no more informed than anybody else. As a matter of fact, I didn't sit on the committee. So when all this stuff come out, we talked about it as soon as we could. I got phone calls about it. I had no idea that the proposal was put out. But the first thing I did was try to look for the medium ground, something that accommodates everybody's best interest without over empowerment or overreach or the perception of. The DNR is doing this because this is what the public's asked for. I mean, they've taken a whooping. Nobody can deny that. There's been a lot of talk about them guys. They were the facilitators. They weren't the ones with the voice proposing these changes. It was the public and the process that brought this up. The misconception that every person that draws a Diamond Mountain tag for that unit has access to 100% of your property is not correct. It's a ratio. So we're talking a limited number of people, not 80 hunters. Break those numbers down a little bit. You're talking 10 archery deer hunters. I've even went so far to ask questions if they could split the rifle hunt, just so it wouldn't mitigate, or it's just so it would mitigate how many people would be granted that access through the new rule. Looking for ways that wouldn't put a bunch of people out there on the landscape that would encroach any more or impose any more on anybody else. Archery and muzzleloaders, 10 hunters, 10 public hunters. Granted, I feel for you on not knowing who they are, but I think there's a way to mitigate who that is. Elk, on the other hand, I've been told that the biggest concern about the elk is, and option 2 not working, is the fact that you're not going to kill very many elk on private property. And unfortunately, that's true. Now, some properties, as Mr. Drollinger speculated too, there's Davenport, there's Lamson, there's all that specific areas where you can, but for the most part, they're down and out before daylight. So it's hard to get to. So a lot of those animals are harvested on public ground. Archery elk hunters are 6. Muzzleloader 6. Rifle 10. Early rifle 10. Mid-season 10. Heck, we could go late rifle elk hunt and add another dispersal there. And now all 3 of them rifle hunts would get broken out. Now, are they all going to end up on the same land? They could. They very well could. And that's where I sympathize, right? I've also too been a part of people that's hunted those permits. I received permission to hunt predators on private property. But those that have had the deer and elk permits, there's been by far and large more denial than acceptance. Local people of stature even in the community, and they've been denied access. Now, as a private landowner, I understand and respect that authority. A lot of times it's been said that they want access to your property. They want on your property. As the sportsmen see this, they want access to that resource, not your property. They would like access to an opportunity to harvest an animal to the same effect that those private vouchers that are transferable have access to the animals on public ground. So it's a give and take from their perspective. I think we have the ability to empower landowners to protect themselves It's not been dabbled on. There's been no motions made to be brought forward to help you guys with that. Through selection process of these public hunters, through access limitations to make it walk-in only to mitigate land disturbance, torn down fences, and things of that nature. That can also mitigate being around your domains, i.e. your cabins, your corrals, where you're conducting your business. Those can all be set forth by you. That's where you should be empowered to have a say in that. And it's very doable. I don't think that's been conveyed well enough. I don't think it's understood that you would still have that power to do that. There's been talk about a way to assess the programs, track the successes and the failures, and there's ways, they've just not been utilized. I don't think it needs to be complete system made up to do that. The process is there. Anybody that's hunted a limited entry or redeemed a voucher has to fill out a post-season survey if you want to hunt next year. So those questions, all that stuff can be taken care of. Those surveys, we spoke to it on the questions. There were specific reasons why I asked these questions, is to try to get the thought process going, to let people understand and know what's in front of us. Now, when it was a general season unit, we didn't have hardly any animals. But who could control that? Who could control that? Goes limited entry and the LOA, and there's compensation. Now we have animals. We could go back to general season and we could still have animals. I don't want to see that. It's not fair. I mean, I feel that we've reached a middle of the road consensus that pays back, and there's missed opportunity to empower landowners to help mitigate this more in their favor as well. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Have you said you have any more comments, Natasha? Joe, would you like to comment?
Yeah, if I may. I know Richie said we can take all night. I think that's what I kind of heard him say. So, this it pushes us to all different comfort levels. I'm a sportsman. I love to hunt. I love to fish. I'm a U.S. Army vet, so I know our rights as Americans. I know every right that we have is taken away from us and given back to us when we serve our country. So I realize where we're going with this. It's a real challenging thing. I have to say, this is an eye-opener for you guys. I don't own any ground on Diamond. I have 15 deer points and 14 elk points, and I don't put in for your place. Why? The same thing that's been said. I don't think I have access. Does anybody here know me? I don't know any of you. I think I know your names, successful businessmen all throughout. So fantastic for you, because that's what's America. That's what it's all about, right? And protecting our resources and all those things. And so I'm on board with your private property. I think what we end up getting into, I'm a taxpayer too. So because my tax liability may be here because I run a successful business, does that give me more rights to that resource than anybody else? Is that a fair question? I think it is. Does that give me more right to the road because I pay more taxes than this person or that person? So I think we have to be careful But I do believe private property is the biggest issue that we have here. And it's a struggle for me because I fish the Green River all the time, and I love to come through your ground, because it is yours, and see all the amazing animals. Mormon crickets even coming across the road from time to time. We don't see them all the time. Beautiful animals, and I want to protect. I don't know what to do here because I can tell you, I work in science. I have a business. We do chemical. There is no such thing as non-bias. Every one of us here has something that we want to gain. I would say one of the least biased person here because I'm not sure what I'm going to gain. When I decided to serve on the RAC, I was asked. There were 2 people that were Diamond Mountain landowners. And I'll tell you, and you may be able to figure out who they were, I feel like that sometimes there's a little bit of bullying that goes on with the landowners. And they're giving way too much. And I think that's where the public is flexing their muscles. And I think this should be an eye-opener for you. The Book Cliffs, I rode that ground my whole life on a horse when I was a kid. I pushed cows out there for Shorty Hatch. So I'm not just a guy sitting on the RAC voting one way or the other. I hope to make a difference. I really do. I'm not sure if I can. I really, really wish that I could as a RAC member to help you guys on what this middle ground is. As Daniel said, I read a book recently, No Complaining Rule. You can't complain unless you have a solution. So for me, I think my process, table this whole motion, and we've got to come to some middle ground because I think there can be. I really feel like the value of Mr. Drollinger working his whole life and having 5,000 acres to raise elk on, perfect, good for you. That's the American dream. That's what it's about. And so for me, I'm not sure because I think there's a bit of arrogance with landowners and a little bit of arrogance with our hunters today. We're in an entitled society right now. And so whatever that middle ground is, man, I wished I had it. I wished I had it for everybody in this room. I'm not sure that I do. I just say that, one of the things that I think 160 landowners, and believe me, and not to boast, I've hunted in lots of places. South Dakota, North Dakota has private land open to trespass. It works wonderfully. It's pheasants. It's not deer. It is deer. State of Montana, they let you go in. They pay the landowner to allow public access. I've done that before. I hunt another LOA. I used to buy a tag for about $4,500. It's about 10 grand now. I've been to Sonora, Mexico for cheaper than that. So for some big mule deer. So what the answer is, I don't have it. I hear the passion. I hope you can hear mine. I hope we can come to something that works for you. And Mr. Shivers, you know what? You got a big job. You got a big job as the president, trying to make maybe 160 people happy. Wow, that's a big job. So, but I don't have the answer. Acreage versus AUM, I don't know any of that, but the private property rights, I think access, I think you really have to consider access. Again, I have 30 points. I don't hunt in the state of Utah unless I buy a tag. That's honest to goodness truth, because either there's not a good place to hunt or I have to pay for a tag, right? And I'll pay for a tag to come and hunt your area, and I'll shut the gates, I promise. So, so I honestly don't have the right answer. And for me, I have to say, Richie brings great points. That's the world that he lives in. You guys live in that same world. You want to talk oil field chemistry? I'll talk that with you, because that's the world I live in. So these guys live, biologists live in all their worlds. So we all have a different thing that we're trying to accomplish. I just hope that if all the LOAs are going to pull out, I think it's detrimental to our, I don't know the difference between a CWMU, forgive me, and an LOA. And hopefully there can be some common ground. And that's, again, when I signed up, I think I'm 6 years, so I'm maybe getting the boot pretty soon. But I hope I could make a difference. And I hope, we have to allow you guys to give us comments. So, because I represent you, you're the public, that's who I represent. And I want to make sure that I'm doing my best for you to make sure that your rights aren't infringed on, but people do want to access your ground or at least that resource. And I pay for that resource. I don't pay for your ground, but I do pay for that resource because it pisses me off every year, April 15th, when I write a tax check, that they don't do anything for me. Right? You guys been there. You know that. The CPA, he knows all about that. So anyway, that's my spill. Is just I hope we can come to some common ground here to where you guys feel like you don't have to allow everybody on your ground, but there is some, this has opened our eyes of how do we allow maybe a little more access to people that we have maybe pushed out the door. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, I also come from, I do. Yes, I come from a little different background also. I represent non-consumptive users. I have a biology degree and I taught wildlife biology at the high school here for several years. And when I was teaching my students, I taught the North American model of wildlife conservation. It was definitely a test question, and my students had to know that wildlife belonged to everyone. And it was a resource that we compared it to the European model where wealthy monarchs and landowners, they got to hunt, but the commoner, they didn't get those opportunities. And I think it kind of bred that patriotism into my students. And then later on, when I got suckered into serving on the RAC, just because I wanted to learn more, and I've never hunted or anything like that. I wanted to learn more. And I started looking at the charts and the numbers, and I saw how many of those permits do go to private landowners. And I was kind of shocked. And even a friend that worked for the division told me that some people say the North American model of wildlife conservation is a myth. And I don't want it to be a myth. I want it to be a resource that belongs to everyone. And so I think that's something we need to consider as we think about what wildlife means to each one of us. And to those students I was teaching at the high school, and to the opportunities that they will have as they grow with their families and things like that, to go and hunt and have those experiences. So I think we also need more time to come up with a solution, and maybe it is a good idea to table this and work together and have more time to develop something that works for everyone.
I feel for them because I am a Native American and I see what's going on with them. It's getting choked down their throats. It's happened to us, but we've lived through it, and life ain't fair to anybody, it's never going to be fair, and animal was given to me from a creator to feed my family, not make a business. So for me, I can't weigh in on that. And besides that, even though we do get Diamond Mountain tags given to us, this stuff that you guys are talking about where a number is drawn and the low number or the high number goes in with that, our tags don't get thrown in on that. So why am I even throwing my 2 cents in. And far as the book clips go, I've went to certain individuals. I've been chased off ranches down there. I've been to the Mustang Ranch, called the number. Nobody's ever called you back. Went to Mark Hill. He run me off. And I know he's run a lot of the tribal members off from down there, even though they got tags. So for me, you know, there's got to be a fence somewhere where we can all sit, you know, and all be treated fairly. You know, but I don't know how you all feel about walking a mile in moccasins now. You know, it's not all a fine walk. You know, so I don't know how you all feel, but you know, I feel for y'all, you know. And that's all I got to say.
Any last thoughts or call for direction? Open it for a motion. On this topic, we already addressed the general deer. It's not. So we did not vote on the general deer, but we already discussed it. And so I would open it to a motion, and the general deer is part of this proposal. So I guess it depends on which direction the motion goes as to whether we'll just see what comes out. And we've got to address the general deer and the LOA is my point that I'm trying to make in the motion.
Mr. Chair,
Table's open.
I got a question to ask the council here.
Go ahead.
Would, from the concerns brought up tonight and all the other RACs around the state, if you've watched them, would it be worthwhile to do sub-motions to incorporate some of their concerns in conjunction to the rule? Would there be viability from my constituents up here to do that?
I believe so, but I believe we have to accept or reject the proposal as is. We can do that and then add recommendations, I believe, to that. Am I correct there?
From my understanding, the way I would see it is we would make motions specific to address the rule and then approve the remainder of the rule after the fact. Because if not, I got 10 amendments here to the rule.
So the RAC could choose to make a motion to accept with a certain number of conditions. You can spell out all those conditions. So that's one way, or I mean, it's really kind of up the RAC, but you like you say, you could make a motion to approve if you wanted to with these caveats. And that would be a recommendation to the board. There's different ways you can do it, but you could approve it with caveats if you wanted, or you can decline or whatever you choose to do.
And maybe a lot of what I have isn't amendments to the rule, but deeper empowerment, clarification, if you will, to the rule, rather than just as it sits.
I think the better way to do that would be to maybe decide on, make a motion on the rule amendment. And those concerns, I don't know that we can address all the concerns tonight in a motion. I think we've established that most of the committee feels like there maybe needs to be some more time on it. I think the concerns are well addressed within the RACs, and
Motion to table it.
if we tabled it, those concerns could be addressed in the committee when it goes back to the committee. We can't resolve them here. I think it's the better way to do it would be to let the committee take another look at the issues and come up.
Let
with
me
a
ask
solution.
a question. Are there any issues that did not revolve around the access?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yes, there was the issue of how the vouchers are allocated. Yes, that issue was brought up as well. And the liability issue.
The liability was related to the access because it was people you were letting on
Right.
that you didn't know.
Right. And the voucher allocation.
Repeat what the issue is on the voucher allocation.
So how those are allocated per percentage of land ownership versus actual use?
Oh, on the production versus the acreage.
Correct. Yeah.
I know that the comment came up, but I don't know that we had a good direction on that. It was just kind of.
No,
I know.
I appreciate Mr. Arnold's comments. I think they were some of the most poignant of the night. And so I think, I just don't think we can, I agree with him. I don't think we can do it here. A motion to send this back to committee for possibly even just a few more meetings is a well-founded idea.
So my concerns with some of that is we've seen over the years where some of those concerns are brought up, things to be tabled. And then it ends up to the powers that be, the wildlife board, and they go with their direction. I feel we're leaving ourselves short by not providing some input to the manner of a solution, because then we're just leaving ourselves open to their interpretation and who they represent or whatever they've got on the table.
Daniel, if I may, I think one of the things that, because I believe there's just a trust issue, and that's one of the bottom lines of this is there is a trust issue, and it's with the DNR and with the landowners. And I have hunted an LOA that works because there is access and everybody hunts and it works. They need to probably hear from those landowners that it works in. They're not going to hear it from, I believe, the division. No offense, division, really, none. But I mean, to me, this is a little bit of a trust issue, and I understand it. Because if you give a little bit, then again, you said it earlier on the air rifles, on the scopes, then we find ourselves into this box that's opened. And so just to that point, my honest opinion is I can't vote for anything tonight, just because I think that has to be more people brought to the table that it affects. That's just my opinion.
And we can do that. And I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but Daniel's point is the fact that we vote to table something does not mean it's tabled, because we're making recommendations to the wildlife board. And they directed this issue forward so they could make a decision. And my assumption is they're going to make a decision.
What did the other boards, what did the other RAC boards vote?
3 of the 4 voted strongly in favor with some contingencies, attached to minor ones attached to it. And one of them voted to table it. So of the 4, 3 were in favor and 1 did not vote on it.
One tabled. does the board itself, once they see you set something on the table, can they look at it as like saying, well, they really haven't came to agreement, so they're gonna take what we give them?
Well, the wildlife board, when they come to it, myself or a representative and one from each of the 5 RACs will be there in person and explain what happened in our meeting.
I believe the wildlife board, I know there's a member.
To me,
I'm sorry. I know there's a wildlife board present here tonight. I know there was one member is here tonight. I know there was one in Richfield. I don't have a problem with this RAC giving them some direction. But I think they probably know the concerns that need to be addressed.
Under the current rule, correct me, there is access, right? There is supposed to be access, but they've been given a waiver. Diamond Mountain has been given a waiver on that.
That's the only waiver Chad knew of. And the rule is 1-to-1 access currently.
So if I may share, the points I want to hit that I felt we could cover tonight, I'll list them out. And if the rest of the group doesn't feel that it's viable and it needs to go somewhere else, then it's a majority. Probably just how the committee voted. It's a majority. I mean,
are you making a motion?
I want to put it out there for discussion to let everybody know what I feel is important that needs to be addressed specifically and for record. The ability to remove access immediately upon a violation, that can be made and that can be done. And that power can be put in the hands of the landowner, all right, based on the rules that they establish. So I feel that that needs to be brought forward. During the application process, allow those who choose to comply with the LOA requirements, determine if they want to be entered for the selection rather than assigning all applicants and selected from there. Reason behind that is when you've got somebody that's aware of a policy, understands the rule, by far and large, they're going to be the ones that comply. You issue that, my fear is if that's issued to people that aren't so much, I'm not going to use examples because I'm diversity and inclusion. But somebody that's not having success on public ground, but they were one of the lower numbers to be drawn, and it's down to the end of the season, I have fear that they're going to be the ones that's going to be disrespectful to the property. They're going to be the ones that cut a fence to drive through, that are going to be because, hey, this is a last ditch effort and I'm doing it anyways. I'm out. I'm going to make it happen and I'm out. So I feel that if somebody selects or opts into the opportunity, you're asking for somebody that's going to be more understanding of the policy and know the rules and comply to those. LOAs with their applications also include disciplinary action to landowners who violate the agreement and rules of the LOA. As spoken to earlier by Mr. Ott, I believe, on holding each other accountable as landowners. To add survey or reporting requirements for the public and voucher recipients to include site of kill, land accessed, and conflict issues. Because there's no way to improve if we don't know. And I think speaking to Troy with SFW's concerns, that's part of those metrics that he's been asking for. Haven't really been given very good examples through this process, just asking for metrics to be measured upon. And I think that's one way that can definitely happen. Again, back to that post-season, post-harvest surveys. Landowner survey, not president of the landowner. That's a big task. And a lot of people, especially in this one, for example, but every landowner surveyed to get their feedback, not just the hunters, not just the people getting the opportunity to have access to that resource, but the landowners themselves and have a voice. Allow the LOA to choose to accept the permit split as is in relation to draw splits or evenly distribute between seasons. Have a chance to mitigate when in rule, the proposed rule, mitigate when the accommodation for that access would take place. So it's not overburdening upon anybody. And then to allow the LOAs to decide upon the ability that if the landowner does not receive a voucher, can they opt to not allow access? Now, granted, their property would be included for the allotment of acreage into the LOA for a voucher or combination thereof. And when you talk about smaller landowners, I've had a lot of reach out that in concern that they've not been included in this process from their perspective, which is totally out of our hands. Now, that's up to you guys as a whole. But if they're not avidly receiving anything from the program, should they have to accommodate? I feel that should be something left to the landowners to decide. But those were things that I felt could be added to this rule proposal that would put a little more control and operability into the lands of the landowners and still be beneficial and have some equality across the board. So that's where I was coming from with that.
I think, Daniel, a lot of your suggestions are good. I think they're good. I'm just not sure how we incorporate that into our current or into a motion now, or if those should go in front of a few more meetings with a committee and those ideas be incorporated through that. I'm just not sure how we make that into a motion, I guess. Yeah, that's my question, but I think some of those suggestions are probably good. There's also a portion of the proposal that I support, and that's the annual LOA meeting with the DWR. And so I'm not sure how to put that in a motion, to be honest with you.
Could I make a motion?
Mike wants me to turn my thing on. Has everyone had an opportunity to comment? Okay. Natasha, you have a motion?
So I make a motion to table this discussion and this topic and bring it back to the Wildlife Board to have them perhaps create a new committee or have more discussion with the LOAs so that we can come to a common ground. Because I feel like there has to be give and take on both sides. It can't stay what it is right now. It's not, I don't feel like it's addressing all the issues, but I think there can be some common ground that can occur if there's more discussion, and the LOAs need to make sure that you are involved. You have to be advocates for your LOA. No one else can do that for you. And so that's my proposal.
We have a motion to send back the proposal in some form or fashion to the DWR for further work. Is that accurate? How they would do that would be kind of up to the Wildlife Board. Okay. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes 5-1.
Daniel, you want to have an opportunity to explain your dissenting vote?
I do. I oppose that just so I can go on the record with my concerns that need to be considered for the committee from a sportsman's perspective and a form of equality across the board. Not that everything that I've brought up hasn't been covered in minutes. It's public information. Anybody can go back and stare at my ugly face on YouTube. It's there forever. Lucky you. Yeah, I just wanted to go on record that that there's some opportunity there. I've addressed them, and I feel that we have a potential to leave ourselves short by not coming up with a solution.
Thank you. Thank you for attending. Appreciate your input. And thank you for the RAC and the DWR for all their effort. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you to the board.